All right, good evening. Coming up 6:23 on the 17th of June 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David Reimer. We have a tornado down right now that's not even tornado warned yet. It will be in just a moment, but we do have reports of a tornado in progress now southwest of Aspermont. This is going to be a confirmed tornado in progress southwest of Aspermont, moving southeast towards Hamlin in the Big Country. We'll see that tornado warning pop up here in just a minute. But with the first tornado warning of the day here in the state of Texas, we now begin our live continuous severe weather coverage. So with that being said, we're going to have plenty of storms to talk about this afternoon and this evening. I know folks are going to be asking all over the place, what about me, what about me, what about me? But we're going to be focusing on the most life-threatening storms, and as time allows, we'll talk about the actual forecast for this evening. But we did have a forecast video posted earlier about 3:30, and all that is still applicable to the current situation. So what we have now is a confirmed tornado. This is going to be a confirmed tornado 11 miles southwest of Aspermont, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. We're receiving multiple reports of this from both trained weather spotters, storm chasers, and the general public. This has the potential to be a direct impact to the city of Hamlin, east of Rotan, west of Stamford. This storm is also capable of and likely producing baseball to softball size hail. So those of you from Aspermont, or specifically south of Aspermont, down Highway 83 to the city of Hamlin, need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately with a confirmed tornado in progress. And just like a couple days ago in the Texas Panhandle for Perryton, obviously, tornadoes do bad things in western Texas too. So let's not taunt Mother Nature and tempt fate by trying to go outside and look at this, because we're just going to end up with another Perryton situation. And we don't need anyone getting hurt or killed today. So again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado now, moving southeast towards the city of Hamlin. At this point, a tornado warning for southern Stonewall counties, but we're going to need a tornado warning for portions of Haskell, Jones, and Fisher counties. And I have no issue saying that because there's a tornado down right now. We've had multiple reports of that. So tornado warning or not, I couldn't give two hoops out of a hoopla. Y'all in the city of Hamlin need to be taking your tornado safety precautions, and that's going to be going to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Grab some hard sole shoes, boots, something like that, so if you have to walk over broken glass, you don't end up with nails or glass in your feet. And we also want you to put a helmet on. I don't care if you're 90 years old or not, put a helmet on if you're having to go to your tornado shelter. That'll probably do you a great deal of good if you end up having a tornado strike and you have debris. Our storm chasers are in the Oklahoma Panhandle. They've got live streaming storm chase video on our website, and we'll just keep them up for a visual. But again, we have a tornado down now. This is now going to be about 10 miles northwest of Hamlin, and this storm is moving southeast at 25 miles an hour, and this is a confirmed tornado that is down. And again, I realize we have a plethora of other severe storms ongoing, including a new tornado warning down south. Why do we have a tornado warning down here, not for the storm that actually has a tornado down right now about to move into a county without a tornado warning? Whatever. This is going to be a tornado warning for portions of Brown, Coleman, McCulloch, and San Saba counties. Now, this is going to be near Winchell and Mercury on Highway 377. This possible tornado with this second supercell near Winchell and Mercury on Highway 377. This tornado warning does not include Santa Ana, Baines, Brownwood, Richland Springs, or Brady. I want to make that perfectly clear. Eventually, this storm could move south towards Richland, southeast towards Richland Springs, but at this point, this is not a tornado warning for Richland Springs. Again, this is going to be a possible tornado on Highway 377 between Winchell and Mercury over fairly rural areas of, again, portions of southwestern Brown, southeastern Coleman, northeastern McCulloch, and northwestern San Saba counties. And again, this is a tornado warning for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado baseball-sized hail near Winchell, moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour. This storm will be near Elm Grove at about 6:45, Skeeterville about 6:55. And again, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. We have a plethora of other severe thunderstorms underway across portions of the Concho Valley. Big country, hail up to the size of baseballs ongoing, but the only storm we have a confirmed tornado on at this point is going to be northwest of Hamlin by 9 miles, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. And again, this storm has had confirmed reports of tornadoes within the last 5 to 10 minutes. So those of you in the city of Hamlin, you need to be taking your tornado safety precautions immediately. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole tennis shoes or hard sole shoes, I don't care what kind of shoes they are, as long as they can withstand taking a nail, and a helmet to protect your head from debris. And again, you might be asking, well, why do I need a helmet? What's a helmet going to do? I probably look like a dum-dum in a helmet. Trust me, I look like a dum-dum in a helmet, but those have been proven to do a great deal of good if you are impacted by a tornado and there's flying debris. I mean, giving yourself extra head protection is definitely the way to go. So again, we have a new tornado warning, finally, for portions of southwestern Haskell, northwestern Jones, and northeastern Fisher counties in the Big Country. This is going to be for a thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes in the last 10 minutes. About 9 to 10 miles northwest of Hamlin, moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour. This possible tornado will be near Hamlin at 6:45. So again, if you are in the city of Hamlin, this is an urgent call to action to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. Just like we saw in Perryton on Thursday, we can get damaging tornadoes in western Texas, and when they hit something, they do just as much damage. It can hurt just as many people as if we're dealing with a tornado in the piney woods of East Texas or the Arklatex. So that whole myth that, hey, you can see the tornado, get out of the way, not get hurt, obviously was disproven by the over 100 people hurt and 3 killed in Perryton 2 days ago. So I don't want to hear any of that nonsense about, oh, I'm just going to go outside and look for it. Well, sure, if you want to get impaled by a 2x4, go for it. That's up to you. I mean, it's your life. You can do whatever you want. I'm just trying to give you the best information. And I think that's quite clearly evident at this point by the fact I'm telling you to get into a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible to reduce the chances you get impaled by a 2x4. Because trust me, standing on the front porch or in the front yard looking around and then suddenly having a tornado drop on your head, trust me, that's not a great way to go. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for southern Stonewall, southwestern Haskell, northwestern Jones, and northeastern Fisher counties through at least 7:15 p.m. Tornado now 8 to 9 miles northwest of Hamlin, moving southeast at 30. It'll be in the city of Hamlin in 14 minutes. Have a second tornado warning for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado in the eastern Concho Valley on Highway 377 near Winchell and Mercury. As storms moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour, the potential to produce a tornado baseball-sized hail moving east-southeast at 30 could eventually be an issue for places like Richland Springs, but at this point, it would still be about 45 minutes away. Let me load radar real quick. I know we've got hailers galore ongoing in the Big Country, the Concho Valley at the moment, and we're focusing on the things, on the spinny doom things. All right. I'm just looking. So yeah, Joel Christopherson was able to document that tornado. Storm chaser Adam Cuker. I'm not going to pronounce his last name well, so I'll just spell it. They both documented the tornado. So yeah, there was a tornado. We just retweeted the pictures on Twitter. But again, here's radar over the last hour. You can see we've got several severe storms. Each of these could put quarter to baseball size hail down, generally moving east at about 30 miles an hour. We could see more storms develop over the next few hours here in the Big Country, Concho Valley, trying to make their way towards North Texas. In fact, you could see a couple showers and storms trying to go up in North Texas. We had one go up right over Far East Texas, pretty much right over Marshall to Wascom, moving northeast, and that dropped baseball-sized hail in portions of northwest Louisiana. All right, let's go look in the Panhandle again. We're watching a couple storms. We got a hailer southwest of Canadian moving northeast towards Canadian. That storm could be producing quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. We're going to carefully watch it for increasing indications of low-level rotation. Storm chasers, Adam Lucio, meteorologist Jason Cooley, Chelsea Burnett, Jenny Brown are all located. Stephen, well, here, let me just make a list off the top of my head. Adam Lucio, Ben McCone, Chelsea Burnett, Stephen Jones, Jenny Brown, I think I said that, oh well, meteorologist Jason Cooley. They're all located on this supercell in the Oklahoma Panhandle, Beaver, Oklahoma. We'll take a look at Jason's stream real quick. We won't spend too much time because we're going to focus on the Texas issues, but in fact, you can see. Now, here's the fun part. You have to see that towards ground level. I know with that hill in the way, that looks like a tornado, but it probably is not. We need to see what it looks like from a perspective that you can actually see the ground, but that might just be a scary-looking cloud or whatnot. When looking for tornadoes, you also need to be able to tell if there's strong rotation, because sometimes it's just a scud cloud. Other times it's not, but again, that looks like a well-organized supercell. Definitely several suspicious lowerings there, and that is approaching Beaver, Oklahoma in the Texas Panhandle. As we go back down into the Texas Panhandle, severe storm southwest of Canadian, moving to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail, the potential for winds over 60 miles an hour. And we'll also keep an eye out for indications of increasing low-level rotation. We're not seeing that right now. In the big country, multiple severe thunderstorms capable of producing quarter to baseball size hail. Same thing goes in the Concho Valley, generally moving east at about 30 miles an hour. We have two storms capable of producing tornadoes at this time. First storm's going to be in northwestern San Saba, northeastern McCulloch, southeastern Coleman, southwestern Brown counties in the Concho Valley. This storm, not going to impact Brady, not going to impact Brownwood, not going to impact Santa Ana, could impact Richland Springs, but it is near Winchell and Mercury right now on 377. Second storm that did produce a confirmed tornado about 10 to 15 minutes ago, located now about 7 miles northwest of Hamlin, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, and remains quite capable of producing tornadoes. Those of you in the city of Hamlin east on Highway 92 need to Tuxedo, need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Grab some hard-soled shoes in case you have to step on broken glass or nails, and put a helmet on. Put a helmet on you, put a helmet on your wife, put a helmet on your mama, put a helmet on yourself. And again, clearly we still have strong rotation with a thunderstorm that has produced tornadoes and could produce another tornado at any time if one's not in progress. We're seeing strong low-level indications of a couplet near 100 miles an hour, located now about 8 miles northwest of the city of Hamlin. This is going to be in southwestern Haskell, northwestern Jones, northeastern Fisher counties. If this storm continues on its present track, it could pose a direct threat to the city of Anson within 30 to 45 minutes as it rides down Highway 83 towards Hamlin and then Anson. We may be starting to see an occlusion occur here, which is where the low-level circulation weakens. If there's a tornado in progress, it begins to enter the dissipation stage, and eventually the tornado lifts. However, we need to see if this is going to be a cyclic supercell. If it is, we're going to see a new mesocyclonic circulation develop and a new tornado develop, and that would result in, obviously, a continuation of the tornado threat. All right, let me press some buttons here. First, let me change the level 2 de-aliasing algorithm to see if that might help us a bit here. Not really. I love technology. Technology loves me. I'm singing about technology because it's Saturday, and it's been like a week of this. All right, let's go back up here into the Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma Panhandle. We'll smile and wave and say, hey. All right, storm chaser Jason Cooley, Adam Lucio, they're on this storm near Beaver, Oklahoma. Beaver, Oklahoma storm, not a threat to the state of Texas, moving east at 25 miles an hour, capable of producing a tornado, 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail. Let's pop over to meteorologist Jason Cooley's live stream real quick. We'll smile and wave. You can see a pretty impressive visual representation of what we mean by a rotating wall cloud. You could see the cloud condensating or condensing, forming that water vapor that then condenses into a cloud. And I know the stream's freezing from time to time. They're in the middle of nowhere in the Oklahoma Panhandle with like 500 storm chasers around all trying to stream video. Trust me, it's like trying to fit a tennis ball through a garden hose while using a toothpick to push it in. It's about as realistic as me growing another head of hair on top of my head. So you can see here that that's a beautiful view, honestly. I mean, you can see the green hues and the wall cloud there. You're looking straight up into the updraft of the storm. From there, air is being rushed upwards of 50 to 60,000 feet. You can see they're about to pull over here safely off the side of the road and watch this circulation as it attempts to develop further. But you can even see some corkscrew motion there. And again, if that is able to organize further, that may be in the process of attempting to produce a tornado near Beaver, Oklahoma. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll go back to the radar so we can keep on talking about storms in the state of Texas. Severe thunderstorm north of Miami, southwest of Canada, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. That's going to be capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. We've got the dry line located from near Cactus to Dumas, back west to Amarillo towards... You know what? I know the town, but I'm going to mess it up if I don't. Bushland and Wildorado. And again, we're watching Jason's stream with great interest. And we're going to, you know what? What is that? We're just going to go back. I can't resist visual temptations of media like that. But, I mean, look at that. That is such a beautiful representation of what we look for in rotating wall clouds. You can see all those cars at the bottom, just above the warning scroll, driving along, all storm chasers. When I say storm chasing traffic can be as bad as Dallas in rush hour, except it's on a 2-lane rural highway, believe me, it's not fun. That's one reason I'm usually doing the coverage in this office now instead of storm chasing. One, because someone needs to do the coverage, and it turns out I'm the best one to do it. And two, storm chasing is fun, but for me personally, dealing with all the chasers, some of whom are idiots driving, it's just not a particularly enjoyable experience for me. So I get to sit here in the happy weather office with my 10 computer monitors and a generator in the backyard ready to go if we end up taking a power hit later. Because like you, I'm under the gun for storms too. So, all right, let's take a look. Again, storm capable of producing a tornado. History of producing a tornado. Now, 5 to 6 miles northwest of Hamlin, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This storm is capable of producing a tornado and has had multiple reports over the last 20 minutes of tornadoes. And again, it doesn't matter if you are in the middle of nowhere in West Texas, if you're in the middle of the big country, or you're in the piney woods of East Texas. If a tornado hits you, it's going to be a bad situation. We've had that proven time and time again in the Arklatex in the piney woods of East Texas, where you can't see the tornadoes typically because of all the trees and hills. And we had that proven on Thursday evening in Perryton, Texas, where you can literally see 40 miles in any direction, when we had a tornado drop in the middle of town, end up killing 3 people, injuring over 100, and destroying hundreds of structures. So that whole theory about, well, it's okay, I can just go outside and look for it. Yeah, until it drops on your head and impales you with a 2x4. And I hate to be so blunt and direct with that, but you know what? We've had people killed by that stuff this week in the state of Texas. So I'm done playing nice and politically correct about it. I realize people want visual media to confirm what's going on. That is why we have 10 to 11 storm chasers that go out and literally spend their own money, I might add, to spring this video to you. All these chasers have their own cell plans. They all have data limits. They all have to pay for that and then pay for the data excess. So, again, please keep it in mind. If we're going out and about showing you the video, we're doing that so you can actually visually believe what's going on and take it seriously. I understand, looking at this radar, most of you see a bucket of spilled paint, and it just looks like colors to you. And trust me, we know that. We in the Weather Enterprise know that. We know that, which is why over the last 15 years, the Weather Enterprise has brought in social scientists to try to better understand what everyone outside the weather weenie world sees, and to try to be able to better communicate to the public, y'all, about what's going on. So again, look, I realize me talking, y'all probably are just like, oh, he's a weather nerd, blah, blah, blah. And I realize you're looking at a bucket of spilled paint, and what I could see here on the radar and try to verbally communicate to you, y'all probably are not going to believe unless you see something on the screen or you see something scrolling through your social media feed that's like, oh, wow, there really is softball-sized hail, or wow, there really is a tornado. And I understand most people, when you hear the word tornado warning, you're either going to go outside and look, you're going to turn on your preferred method of receiving weather information, or you're going to go scroll through Facebook and see if you can find pictures. Trust me, I get that. You're looking for a second source, a confirmation. Trust me, we all do that. I mean, I'd be honest. If I'm here and I hear something's going on, I'm probably going to look out this window right here. But at the same time, I'm also able to visually look at this data and understand and correlate to what it means. Very strong low-level circulation continues now. This is a tornado in progress. We're still seeing pictures and videos. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, I know this is a bucket of spilled paint for most of y'all, but what we're looking at is the Doppler radar portion of the Doppler the Doppler portion of the Doppler radar. It is able to tell the direction and speed of the winds. So we have winds moving towards the radar at Dyess Air Force Base about 50, winds moving away at 80. That is a 120-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate couplet. Winds moving pretty much right next to each other there on those pixels, which is a clear-cut sign of a tornado. Back to the how hard it's raining mode, most of which y'all are used to seeing. And again, we still have that hook echo. And at some point, this circulation's probably going to occlude or weaken, but we could see a new tornado develop at any time after the first one lifts. What goes down must go back up, or vice versa. What goes up must come down. Well, I mean, the same principle applies. So again, this tornado now probably less than 5 miles from the city of Hamlin. And understand, radar beams originating from the radar site go out in a straight line. The Earth curves. I realize some of you may think the Earth is flat. I hate to break it to you, but no. Further out a radar beam gets from the radar site, because of the Earth's curvature, the higher above the ground it gets. So at this point, the radar beam near Moran, Texas, we call it the Dyess Air Force Base radar, even though Dyess Air Force Base is probably 30 to 40 miles southwest. But again, we're looking about 4,500 feet above the ground, because we're looking about 50 miles away from the radar site. And again, storm chasers Jason Cooley, Adam Lucio are in the Oklahoma Panhandle near Beaver, Oklahoma. They are non-Texas, but we'll show you real quick. And again, back in the rain there, you can see a lowering under that wall cloud. That thing is clearly trying to put a tornado warning down. Or a tornado warning down. Good gravy, sweet Molly. Tornado down, and we'll be keeping an eye out for that. You can tell there are hundreds of storm chasers there, all trying to stream video, which overloads cell towers and makes it more than difficult trying to push out a steady, high frame rate video, but we do our best. Again, that storm clearly capable of producing a tornado, and again, that's way up here, Beaver, Oklahoma, in the Oklahoma Panhandle, well northeast of Perryton, well north of Booker, well northwest of Follett. This is going to be moving towards places like Gate, Roston, Laverne, May, Buffalo, maybe even Fort Supply and Woodward, Oklahoma at some point. Looks like the storm southwest of Canadian is intensifying with a hail core loft. This storm moving to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. And if you're wanting to watch Jason's video with his audio and just all that, you can watch it on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. That's where we've got that. All right, let's go back south. We've got that second tornado warning down here in the eastern Concho Valley. Don't want to forget about y'all. This is going to be east of Highway 377 now, east of Winchell, east of Mercury. If you're in Mercury, along and west of 377, same thing for Winchell, you're clear from this tornado warning. You're going to have more storms, though. This storm's still showing areas of rotation over rural portions of northeastern McCulloch, northwestern San Saba, and southwestern Brown counties. And again, that storm not going to impact Brownwood. It doesn't even honestly look like it's moving southeast. It's moving more east at this point, so it's probably going to stay north of Richland Springs. Eventually, it may be an issue for places like Goldwaith. And again, the potential for hail, strong winds, perhaps a tornado. Around the city of Abilene, we've got storms capable of producing quarter-size hail at least. 83 from southeast of Anson down to Hawley to impact. And then a storm coming into the west sides of Abilene, just northwest of Buffalo Gap. That'll be moving through the city of Abilene. Heavy rain, the potential for hail. And again, this storm out by Hamlin, in addition to producing a tornado, this thing has probably baseball to softball size hail. That alone is going to ruin your day. So understand, this thing is probably dropping baseball to softball size hail just northeast of Hamlin, east on Highway 92 to Tuxedo. All right, Weather Service has updated the warning. Let's play Reedy. We've got a confirmed tornado located near Hitson, or just a couple miles northwest of Hamlin, moving east southeast at about 20 miles an hour. So it's slowed down a bit for now. Weather Service thinks this may not be in Hamlin until about 7:10 p.m., which makes sense because it's slowed down. So again, this is a storm with a tornado that has been down for quite a while now, moving east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour, in addition to the potential for baseball-size hail. This storm could potentially directly impact looters on Highway 6. Let me put a storm timing track on that for you all. We'll take a look. And again, about 7:20 p.m. The circulation itself is still back west near Highway 83, and this is going to be very close to Hamlin. It may pass just north of town, but I am not ready to call that at this point. This could easily be an issue for the city of Hamlin, and those of you in Hamlin should have been in your shelter 15 minutes ago when I started squealing like a pig about this. But if you're just getting the warning now, hey, you guys better get your butts in the shelter. We don't want anyone getting hurt out of this. Those of you Hamlin east on Highway 92 to Tuxedo, just west of Stamford, the potential for baseball to softball size hail. It's probably already hailing out here, but the hail's going to get a lot bigger and a lot worse. Following the hail, the potential for a tornado at the low-level circulation continues. Back in the northwest Texas, we don't really have anything going on in the severe weather department right now. Paducah down to Benjamin, west of Benjamin, east along 82. We have some scattered showers and storms. They are moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. I'll put the radar loop back on here. We'll take a peek at it. And you guys can see over the last hour, those showers and storms have generally been moving northeast. All right, we've got a view from both Adam and Jason. They're near Beaver, Oklahoma. And again, I'll just pull up Adams. You can see that thing is just spinning like a top. Wow. I mean, look at that. Again, this is near Beaver, Oklahoma. I mean, look at that. That thing is cranking. Look at all those clouds being sucked in from the right. Then on the left, that's your mesocyclone, your updraft. And then under the updraft, you have that wall cloud. This thing is really trying to plant a tornado, and it might end up being a big tornado if it comes down. Here's a different view. Looks like Jason and Adam are right next to each other. Again, you can see, even though we don't necessarily have a condensed tornado down right now, this thing is spinning. And here, we'll go back. You saw that little scud funnel there on Jason's shot real quick. Adam's pointed a little to the right. You can see all the storm chasers on the road out there. You can even see some dust there at ground level being sucked into this severe intense supercell from near Beaver, Oklahoma. We'll take a quick look at Jason's again, then we'll get back to Texas weather coverage. And again, there you go. That thing's spinning like a top. And we'll keep watching. Again, they're located in the Oklahoma Panhandle. They are way up here near Beaver, Oklahoma. And I'll just put on the high-res radar up here real quick. Unfortunately, the closest radar is a good 80 miles away. So we're not seeing in the super low levels, but there you go. And again, this thing's got an impressive low-level circulation, an impressive reflectivity structure. And then we're going to need to keep watching this storm coming up to Canadian from the southwest. It is continuing to organize, and we're starting to see indications of a mid-level mesocyclone developing, which will enhance the potential for very large hail, damaging winds, and I can't totally rule out a tornado threat with that storm before it moves into western Oklahoma this evening. Otherwise, our most intense storm by far in the state of Texas is this angry little guy located on Highway 92 now, near or just northeast of Hamlin. The good news is that low-level couplet we were seeing has dissipated. We're not seeing as good of a signature right now. So we haven't heard any sort of recent reports of a tornado, but again, this storm is certainly capable of putting a tornado down again at any time, in addition to the potential for baseball to softball size hail as it moves southeast at 20 to 40 miles an hour. It's been fluctuating in speed. The Weather Service thinks it's moving at about 15 to 20. The radar algorithm thinks it's moving at 40. So regardless, those of you from Looters, just west of Stanford, maybe even all the way down to Albany at some point, need to keep a close eye on this. Back down into the Concho Valley we go. Ho, ho, ho. We got a severe storm warning for nothing, apparently. Okay, cool. I like air. Storm north of Richland Springs. The hook echo is certainly more defined on radar. Not seeing a super clear-cut, low-level defined circulation with this right now. But that storm could definitely have some hail. We could have hail falling right now near Lake Brownwood. That storm should be moving to the east-northeast. We'll double-check on that by turning on our Loopy Looperson button. And yes, I've started making up words. It's Saturday. We've been doing this a week. It's a miracle I still have a voice after Thursday. And again, this storm near Lake Brownwood moving to the northeast. You can see a new core trying to pretty much go up over Lake Brownwood, north of the city of Brownwood. That could have some large hail with it. And again, you can see splitting supercells around Abilene. You had the one storm near Anson moving northeast. Second storm, pretty much southwest sides of Abilene, moving into Abilene. That could have some hail. We got a storm trying to mature a bit over Baird on Interstate 20. Also moving to the east-northeast. And a couple other storms back down to the Concho Valley. All right, while we have a moment, let's take a look at the radar for what at least the radar may look like overnight tonight. What I'm going to do is we're going to turn off all the data here in just a second and pop on the high-res rapid refresh model. So we're going to turn all that off. We're going to turn that off. We're going to turn that on. We're going to look at the latest HER. And to do that, let's look and see what the HER shows here at 7 o'clock. All right, so this is what the model has at 7 o'clock. You know, it's actually doing pretty well. It's got the stuff in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Yeah, it's missing the storm near Canadian. It's got stuff in the Big Country, not so much in the Concho Valley. And again, weather models are great. And you know what? Sometimes they're even right. I know it's a miracle after this last week, but sometimes they do manage to actually get it right. So let's just pop on forward. We'll see what this model does, keeping in mind it's not doing so well with the stuff in the Concho Valley, so we need to keep an eye out. There may be some stuff further south than this model showing here at 9 o'clock. You can see it's generally got storms moving into southern Oklahoma, northwest Texas, western North Texas. Here's 11 p.m. You can see that cluster of storms moving into southeastern Oklahoma pretty quickly. Scattered showers and storms from the DFW Metroplex back southwest of Brownwood, if this model is correct. And again, we're going to have to wait and see. I wouldn't be shocked if we have some more intense activity in North Texas than this is showing this evening. And then the Boa Echo out of hell approaching the Oklahoma City Metro. Just southwest of Wichita, Kansas, west of Stillwater, near Guthrie, Oklahoma, back west on I-40. Nasty line of intense storms. Some of these are probably going to be producing very large hail. Looks like this even has a couple supercells ahead of the line right over Oklahoma City, which would possibly be tornadic and quite impactful, which isn't good because, for those who don't know, I live on the south side of Oklahoma City. That's why I'm looking. And I also have a generator set up, ready to go. So if this is right, I'm going to get walloped here at about 11 p.m. to midnight. That'll be fun. But hey, if nothing else, I'll just open the blinds again to the window and let y'all watch while I probably take wind-driven baseball-size hail. And then I start screaming and hiding. All right, here's midnight, 1 a.m. Storms in the Arklatex. Could have hail, damaging winds. Can't totally rule out a brief tornado. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Oh, look, guess what? Storms coming in out of Oklahoma now, moving southeast into Texoma, North Texas. Could have gusty winds, maybe some hail. I'm hoping we don't have mega hail, but when I say that and then the high-res rapid refresh model shows, baseball-size hail in Denton County at 4 a.m. Sunday, that just makes me think it's going to be a long night. And again, I'm not saying for sure there's going to be baseball-size hail in Denton County. Let's make that perfectly and abundantly clear. But it's going to be a loud morning, even if we're quiet several hours this evening and tonight. Another round of intense storms comes in early Sunday morning. You can see in this case, 5 a.m., line of severe storms, large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, non-zero threat of a brief spin-up tornado. 6 a.m., oh look, there's a third round coming in behind it. That was the sound of my hopes and dreams for actually getting sleep tonight going into the toilet. So this is what the HER thinks the weather radar is going to look like at 7 a.m. Sunday. And I'm sorry, it's just been a long week. As y'all can, look, if you live in North Texas, Texoma, the Arklatex, East Texas, there's still 100,000 plus people without power out here from the storms Friday morning, the derecho. We're going to get more of that tonight into Sunday morning. Hopefully not to the extent of, 100-mile-an-hour winds over a 30-mile long axis. But look, we're going to have more damaging winds. It's going to knock down more trees, knock out power to more folks. We're probably going to have some hail, too. Here's 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and look at that. Maybe by 8 to 10 a.m., I can go to sleep. We'll see. So again, I'll just loop it. I'm just going to loop this from pretty much 9 o'clock to 10 a.m. And again, realize this is a approximation. This is not a written in stone, holy grail type of forecast. It may be right, but it's probably missing some things, like some storms here in North Texas over the next several hours into the Concho Valley. So keep in mind, we're going to probably have 2 or 3 rounds of severe storms tonight in parts of Texoma, North Texas, the Arklatex, and East Texas. And this is going to continue probably past sunrise Sunday. Strongest storms could have big hail, damaging straight-line winds. You can't rule out a couple of tornadoes, though that's not the main concern, along with heavy rainfall. So again, it's going to be a good night to have the Texas Storm Chasers app installed so you can keep an eye on the radar, keep an eye on us. If there's tornado warnings, we're going to be live and covering them. And again, there's the deal with that. Also, for those of you trying to use the radar on our website, the radar on our website does not appear to be working right now. However, the radar in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app is. So if you're not able to get the weather radar to load on our website, I'm sorry. We've sent a email into the data provider for that. Honestly, I have no idea why that keeps happening. Obviously, it's not acceptable, but there's nothing we can really do about that at the moment. But the radars in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app are working flawlessly, last I checked, an hour ago. And just because of that, I'm going to check right now because, well, if I don't, I'm sure something will have happened and I'll have to go hit my head on the glass desk over here or find the mallet. But again, no, the radar on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app working just as it should be. Here, I'll pop it on here real quick, let you all see. This is probably going to blow my webcam to high heaven, but look. Ooh, radar, Texas Storm Chaser, stop! And this is why we can't have fancy motorized cameras. So again, look. See that? Interactive weather radar is working great in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So if you need radar, you can download it. In fact, you can watch us in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. In fact, I'll pull myself up on here real quick just for fun. In fact, I'm probably going to hear myself. Or just get the best freeze frame of my life. Wow. There you go. It's me, myself, and I, and Mr. Angry Bird. And a freeze frame. Okay, so there we go with that. All right, let's get back to it. It is 7:02 on the 17th of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David Reimer in the midst of covering yet another severe weather event across portions of Texas, Oklahoma. We've had a thunderstorm produce a pretty sizable tornado northwest of Hamlin, Texas, in the Big Country about 20 to 30 minutes ago. We've got a storm down in portions of San Saba County that was tornado warned. Frankly, not worried about that right now in the spinny doom department. We are most definitely dealing with plenty of hail, big shock there after last week, along with damaging wind gusts. And again, I do apologize to those trying to use the radar on our website. I do know it's not working. I wish I could do something about that besides shoot an email to the data provider. I'm sorry. The radar in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app is working, and it's a free app. You can download, use it there. And again, we're just going to do our best to keep y'all updated. And if there are tornado warnings in the state of Texas, or another 100-mile-an-hour delayed show, we're going to be here covering it. If that means we're here at 5 a.m. Sunday morning, so be it. I've got caffeine packets galore. In fact, I've got my own bottle of caffeine here if I need it. I hope I don't, but I probably will. So we're going to be here because, look, I understand. Even a thunderstorm at this point with quarter-size hail freaks people out. And I get it. Lightning is frightening. And as someone who lives in South Oklahoma City these days, I've got this whole thing up in the Oklahoma Panhandle. This thing's going to come try to knock all my trees and power lines down here in about 4 hours. I've literally got a portable generator sitting at the back door ready to sit outside and plug all this computer equipment into. And if that's what we have to do later and I end up with a light on my desk and I look like the Grim Reaper, so be it. We're going to be here. Because that's what we do. And we're not perfect, and I went into that spiel the other day after the Perryton tornado, which we were not here to cover. And trust me, that's going to probably be the worst blemish on my record this spring, and I'm still extremely displeased about that, but we all make mistakes. All right, we've got a severe storm in pretty much Canadian at this point, starting to show increased indications of mid-level rotation. And this storm is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. After Canadian, this storm is going to make it up into portions of northeastern Hemphill County, pretty much paralleling at this point. It's probably going to ride east just north of Highway 33 and then continue on Highway 33 into western Oklahoma. Eventually, it could be an issue for places like Roll, Oklahoma, here in western Roger Mills County, northwest Cheyenne, Oklahoma. This should stay south of Higgins and Arnett, I think. I think this is going to move more to the east. All right, back north, our storm chasers, Adam Lucio, Jason Cooley, they're both here in Beaver, Oklahoma with a supercell. They're about to be overtaken by the line of severe storms, which is then going to do its best to come visit me in about 4 hours and knock out all my power, which I say go for it. You know what? I've got about 30 gallons of gasoline ready to pour in that generator, and I've got cars outside that are capable of powering 4,000 watts worth of equipment with pure sine wave inverters in the meantime, because benefit of being storm chasers, your vehicles generally become your mobile offices. So, I mean, that car could probably power half this house. I wouldn't want to, and I'd probably have to replace the alternator afterwards, but all right, so let's go back to this. We've got the circulation now east of Hamlin. If you're in the city of Hamlin, you are clear. Hamlin, this is now east of you by several miles. So if you're in Hamlin, you are clear. If you are in places like Corinth, southwest of Stanford, let me be very specific. Corinth, southwest of Stanford, not Corinth in Denton County. The Corinth in the Big Country, not the Corinth in Denton County. You are under the gun next. Potential for golf ball to baseball size hail. And this storm is trying to increase a low-level circulation again here north of Anson. It looks like this is probably going to stay north of Anson unless it takes a hard right. But we also need to see what's going to happen now that we have this storm near Looters that's moving northeast. These are going to be undergoing a storm interaction. It's either going to result in a storm merger or they're just going to pass by each other. And again, we're just going to have to wait and see how this all unfolds, but it could result in the potential for an enhanced damaging straight line wind threat. It may also allow for a increased amount of low-level vorticity that could spin up another tornado. We're just going to have to wait and see. But as we continue to deal with the threat for severe storms across portions of the Big Country, the Concho Valley this afternoon into tonight, you can see most of this activity moving off to the east northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Some of our right deviant motion supercells are moving southeast, like this one that is southwest of Stanford. But most activity is going to be moving east-northeast. And that's going to be the main name of the game over the next several hours if we end up getting storms here in North Texas, Texoma, and eventually, several hours from now, the Arklatex. What we're going to have to deal with late tonight, but most likely well after midnight Sunday into sunrise Sunday, this whole big line of thunderstorms developing in the Oklahoma Panhandle. This whole shindig is going to start moving more to the southeast, and then it's going to come visit the Arklatex, northeast Texas, Texoma, later tonight in like 6-7 hours. And again, that could have damaging winds, the potential for hail. Can't totally rule out a couple tornadoes. And I realize many in East Texas are still without power and dealing with the aftermath of Thursday night / Friday morning's derecho. And trust me, we understand that, but we would definitely encourage folks to have their cell phones charged and ready to go tonight in case, one, you lose power again, and two, so you can keep an eye on the weather tomorrow morning as those storms with additional damaging winds, the potential for hail, arrive from the northwest. We are starting to see some increased thunderstorm development here in northwest Texas. Now, for now, these are not doing anything noteworthy besides dropping some rain and some cloud-to-ground lightning. But they are an environment favorable for additional development, and we're going to have to keep an eye out as they could start producing some hail and some strong winds. Down here in the big country, the Concho Valley, these storms, again, generally moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Some of these storms, mainly the ones southwest of Stanford, north of Anson, moving southeast, large hail up the size of baseballs. In the panhandle of Texas, we have a severe thunderstorm near the city of Canadian. It's starting to get its happy little act together in the supercell spinny doom department. At this point, capable of producing golf ball size hail, the potential for straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. However, the potential for a tornado may be increasing as this thunderstorm continues to move east-northeast. We're going to switch over to the how hard it's raining mode first. We'll take a look at the high-res radar. Here you go. And then you can see we're definitely starting to see a much more intense mid-level mesocyclone now southeast of Canadian, just east of Highway 33 and Highway 83. And again, this is generally moving east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. And this may require a tornado warning for rural portions of eastern Hemphill County shortly. So those of you south of Highway 60, east of Highway 83, along and north of Highway 33, the potential for a tornado is increasing. And what may end up needing to be a tornado warning at some point. But again, for now, potential for golf ball, baseball size hail, damaging straight line winds, 60 plus miles an hour. And again, that storm pretty much over the middle of no man's land now. Oil fields, all that. It'll be heading into portions of Roger Mills County and Ellis County, Oklahoma. Ellis County, Oklahoma. Making that abundantly clear here in western Oklahoma. We have a tornado warning. This, I believe, is going to be for portions of Beaver County and the eastern Oklahoma Panhandle. It does go almost to the northeast Lipscomb County line. But again, these storms are not going to be an issue for the Texas Panhandle up here, probably. Now, could they eventually try to build south with some hail and wind? Yes. Am I expecting them to create super big problems for the Panhandle? I mean, there might be some issue for northeastern Lipscomb County if they turn southeast soon enough, but otherwise, no. Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, let's go back down here. Looks like we have a circulation spinning up very quickly north of Melvin. This is going to be back in the big country near Salt Gap in northwestern McCulloch County. This is going to be with a new supercell that's maturing very quickly. And again, this is the potential problem maker now. And this could be a storm capable of producing golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and certainly the potential is there for a tornado. In fact, I think we have one based on the latest velocity. So at this point, those of you in northwestern McCulloch County, north of Melvin, just northeast of Salt Gap, east of Dual, west of Fife, look, there's not a tornado warning, but there needs to be, and y'all need to take it as such. So please take your tornado safety precautions immediately if you live in northwestern McCulloch County. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, in my opinion. Currently sitting about 5 miles east-northeast of Salt Gap. This is going to be 16 miles northwest of Brady, about 7 miles west of Highway 283 near Fife. A dangerous severe thunderstorm that may be attempting to produce a tornado. I think it's latched onto an outflow boundary, kind of like this first storm did before it weakened. So again, what we're looking at here is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Let me see if I can't pop up some more city labels on here. And again, this is going to be northwest of Brady by about 16 miles. This is going to be winds moving away from the San Angelo radar at about 40. Winds moving towards at 70 to 80. So we've got 110 to 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. So those of you northeast of Salt Gap, west of Fife, southeast of Dual, here in northwestern McCulloch County, need to be in a safe place. There's not a tornado warning, but I seriously think there could be a tornado here. We don't issue tornado warnings. That is the sole job of the National Weather Service. However, I'm also not going to sit on my butt, put my hands under my butt and say, nothing's going on here. There's something probably going on here. There's either damaging straight line winds out the yazoo, or I think there may have just been a spin-up tornado as this thunderstorm interacted with the boundary. And again, we still have very strong low-level rotation here. So I would not be shocked if we just had a spin-up tornado occur. In fact, if I go back to the last scan, if it would have let me, we had a couplet, or a gate-to-gate couplet of about 80 miles an hour away and about 100 towards. So again, this may have been a brief tornado, but it may have been a very brief, strong tornado. We're just going to have to wait and see. And typically, we find that out down the road if someone who lives there was there and ended up taking a picture. But again, that might have been a brief tornado there near Pear Valley. And again, it looks like the Weather Service in San Angelo is putting a tornado warning on this now. But again, we've got a thunderstorm that I think probably has had a tornado now for a good 5 to 8 minutes. This is going to be located near Pear Valley, northeast of Salt Gap, west-southwest of Fife, southeast of Dual, north of Melvin by about 8 miles, northwest of Brady by about 15 to 16 miles. And again, this is probably a storm that has had a tornado on it for a good, at this point, maybe 7 to 9 minutes. And again, this is a situation where we do now have a tornado warning. This tornado warning does include the city of Brady. This is going to be a situation where we have a thunderstorm with a very intense low-level circulation northeast of Melvin, moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. This tornado warning does include Brady, Rochelle, Placid, Fife. We were talking about severe storms the other day down here, which is why I remember some of these communities. So again, possible, if not probable, tornado been in progress now for 8 to 10 minutes, about 7 to 8 miles northeast of Melvin near Pear Valley, about 7 to 8 miles south-southwest of Fife, which is going to place it about 7 miles west of 283, or about 15 miles northwest of Brady. And again, this storm moving east-southeast. You can see that couplet not as intense as it was a few minutes ago, but it's still definitely capable of producing a tornado. And again, you can see how quickly those can spin up today. I mean, we were popping up on it, just looking down there, and suddenly we were like, whoa, Nelly. And we looked, and holy guacamole, there was a 180 mile an hour gate-to-gate couplet, no tornado warning. So again, sometimes these things spin up a lot faster, and they're able to put tornado warnings on it. All right, we've got the tornado warning now for Haskell, Jones, and Shackelford counties, plus whatever. That's gone. No more tornado warning with this storm north of Anson. What we have here is a pretty nasty surge of outflow winds just northeast of Anson. Could have winds over 70 miles an hour. But notice how far ahead of the storm those outflow winds are extending now. So this storm has shot out an outflow boundary, which has cut off the low-level circulation, which has radically decreased the threat of a tornado here. but we still have plenty of big-time hail, the potential for hail up to the size of tennis balls to baseballs, and these storms are moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. For those of you wanting to watch our live stream on Twitter, we just pinned it as our top post on Twitter on our page. So just search for TX Storm Chasers on Twitter. We're streaming on Twitter. It's the top pinned post. Otherwise, it's probably a couple posts down by now. But I'll do a retweet on it just real quick, and so we can do it. Otherwise, we're live streaming on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. We are on Twitch. We are on Twitter. We are on TikTok. We are on Facebook. So y'all can watch us anywhere. We just sent another tweet out with that link in it. So, Storm Prediction Center notes a severe weather watch may be necessary for portions of the Edwards Plateau here soon. And again, our storm chasers are currently in the Oklahoma Panhandle. They're about to get annihilated by angry squall line of doom. Excuse me. I'm doing real quick as I'm just checking on a few things. I guess while we do so, I can do that whole what my name is spiel. Hey, hi there. Hi. Good evening. Hello. My name's David Reimer. I'm the Baldy-in-chief here at the Texas Storm Chasers. That's just a fancy little term to say I'm Dave. I am not a meteorologist, which is why I call myself Baldy-in-chief, because I'm not going to call myself a meteorologist if I'm not a meteorologist. Jason Cooley, he's a meteorologist. Trey Greenwood, he's a meteorologist. But I'm not a meteorologist. I'm just a weather communicator, and that's okay with me because I enjoy doing it. So, we are watching multiple severe storms this evening. I guess it's still afternoon or evening. If this was December, it would have been evening for like 2 hours now, but I guess since it's still light out for another pretty much 2 hours across parts of Texas, we'll just say afternoon still. A severe thunderstorm, very capable of producing a tornado. This is going to be located near Pecan Hill, about 4 to 5 miles east of Salt Gap, 8 miles north-northeast of Melvin, 15 miles north-northwest of Brady, about 7 miles west of Highway 283. And I'll put some roads on here real quick, even though we're looking a few thousand feet above the ground, so I don't want you to get overly fixated on where exactly this is showing the tornado, because it could be a mile or two off by the time you translate down to the surface with tilt involved. But again, County Road 340 near Old Broadmoor Road is where the radar is showing the strongest circulation. Again, even if we don't have a tornado in progress, this thunderstorm is probably producing straight line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, the potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail. And this storm is moving east-southeast towards portions of McCulloch County. The city of Brady is included in this tornado warning, up to Fife, Rochelle, and Placid. So again, if you are on Highway 377 up towards Placid, you're in the tornado warning. If you're on 190 from Brady to Rochelle, you're in the tornado warning. If you're on 87, whatever, back west towards Melvin, you're in the tornado warning. And if you are up Old Broadmoor Road up towards County Road 340, you're in the tornado warning. County Road 346, County Road 348, County Road 310. There's Old Broadmoor Road, it looks like. County Road 152. And again, what's a tornado warning mean? Well, it means the potential for spinny, spinny, doom, doom, which means you should take your spinny, spinny, doom, doom safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard-sole tennis shoes or hard-sole shoes, boots, whatever. Those are a good idea. You know, cleats, something like that, where if you end up stepping on a nail or glass, it's not going to go right through your foot. Been there, done that. Not fun. And a helmet, bicycle helmet, racing helmet, sporting helmet, motorcycle helmet. Any of those will do. Put them on. I don't care if you look more foolish than me. That would be difficult to achieve. But again, wearing a helmet would help with the potential for flying debris. And we don't want folks getting hurt. And again, flying debris does result in many serious injuries if it hits the head. And it's scientific research since the super outbreak of April 27, 2011 in the southeast United States has shown the fatality rate would have been greatly reduced had we had more folks wearing helmets. All right, nasty surge of straight line winds coming down Highway 180 towards Looters, northeast of Anson. We could have winds over 75 miles an hour in spots. That's not particularly fun. Well away from the rain, ahead of the rain, and then back up on Highway 6, just southeast of Stanford. Hail core could have golf ball to baseball size hail. That sounds enjoyable. And again, that storm is moving off to the east-southeast at a brisk 30. That is 30 miles an hour. We are aware the interactive weather radar on our website is not working. You're probably just getting a big white box. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could do something about that, but unfortunately, sometimes things break and end up being out of your control. We've got a support ticket in with the radar developer / data provider, but I suspect it's just going to randomly start working again at some point. But the good news is the radar in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app is working just fine, and you can use it there. Just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, and the radar's right there. The one that's been on our website for years, it's working great. It works better in the mobile app than it does on our website. In fact, there's 2 radars in the app. You can click the ... more button, and we've got a second interactive weather radar that even includes a Futurecast feature. So if you want to use that, you can do so. We've got local weather forecast with National Weather Service forecast built in down to your neighborhood. You can get your local forecast there now. You don't even have to leave Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, so it really is an all-in-one solution almost. And of course, you can even watch us in the weather app. And I know many of you are, so we thank you for that. We thank all those who have been sending in stars, super chats, hearts, and the donations. I'm afraid I can't look at those in real time usually, but we do appreciate them. Appreciate all those who have been using the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Appreciate those who have helped support us by purchasing that ad removal feature there in the app. That gives you all a better user experience and also helps fund us. For example, the 30 gallons of gasoline I had to buy this afternoon to put with the generator on the back porch just in case I lose power later and have to go hook all this computer equipment up and run off a generator for a while. All right, we've got a severe storm that has now actually developed southwest of the city of San Angelo. This is going to be near Mertzon. I messed that up. Mertzon on Highway 67. This is going to be about 15 miles southwest of Highway 306 and 67, pretty much the southwest side of San Angelo. And this storm is making a beeline towards San Angelo at about 30 miles an hour. It has at least ping pong ball size hail, but if you aren't nice to it, I'm sure it'll suddenly start dropping softballs because we haven't had enough of the major metros hit by softballs this week. So let's just add some more. The amount of satirical sarcasm dripping from my voice should have made it evident I was very much kidding, but Mother Nature will probably find a way to do that just to spite everyone and their insurance rates for next year. All right, so again, severe storm popping up on Interstate 20 near Clyde to Baird. There could be at least quarter-size hail with that as it moves east on 20 towards Putnam, Cisco, Eastland, here in Eastland County, eventually maybe near Ranger Hill about 8:30. Severe storm about 6 miles southeast of Stanford on Highway 6. Could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail moving east-southeast about 30. Could be a threat to the city of Albany by 8:20 p.m. We have multiple additional storms now firing up in northwest Texas. Supercell firing on Highway 6 north of Benjamin. A couple storms near Crowell, and all these are moving northeast towards 287 from near Vernon, eventually towards Electra. Those could eventually start producing large hail. And same thing goes for what it's worth with this storm on 283 between Altus and Elmer near the almighty town of Tipton. Actually, Tipton's a little bit east, but all right, so let's zoom back out. We have one tornado warning at this point. It's for this little angry thing that is northwest of the city of Brady. Clear, well-defined hook echo there, or another shape we won't discuss, moving to the east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. This storm probably had a pretty nasty tornado with it about 20 minutes ago, right before the Weather Service was able to spit out a tornado warning on it. Circulation doesn't look super organized right now. Certainly not the 180-mile-an-hour couplet or gate-to-gate circulation we had about 20 minutes ago. But this circulation is capable of producing damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, the potential for wind-driven hail, and can't rule out a tornado as it approaches Highway 283 near Old Broadmoor Road, northwest of Brady, by about 10 miles. And again, this storm is generally moving to the east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour to pass near or north of Brady. Slap me silly and say hi-ho cheerio. Let's turn the super-duper awesome Blossom chat feature back on so we can have some interaction. Alright, so again, this storm near Baird at 283 and I-20 is spinning up hail fast now. This thing's really trying to turn into a big-time hailer. Those of you from Baird east to Eastland could have problems with hail over the next 45 minutes. Obviously, the cell up near Stamford on Highway 6 between Looters and Stamford is angry. Nasty roof length downdraft all the way south of it now, so that's probably going to cut off any sort of tornado chances for a good while. These storms moving off to the southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour, and again, the potential for this to bring hail to the city of Albany by 8:20 to 8:30 p.m. Let's go back north. Again, a couple storms quickly developing now north of Benjamin to near Crowell on Highway 70. Those moving northeast towards Vernon. Could have hail with them at times, but for now the hail size looks lower than that of a quarter. Severe storm now for the southern edge of a squall line just northeast of Spearman to Perryton to Booker. Hey, those of you in Perryton, rescue efforts, etc., you're about to be impacted by quarter-size hail, straight-line winds out of the west-northwest at 70 miles an hour. The jazz music is playing. Sorry. Jazz music behind my voice. I mean, there's worse ways to go, but thank you for that. Again, those of you in Perryton, first responders, rescuers, damage relief, you're going to have very strong winds, blowing dust, 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, very heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning arriving in the next few minutes. And those storms are going to be moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Those of you, Booker, east on Highway 15 to Follett, down almost to Canadian, Spearman to Canadian, north to the Oklahoma Panhandle border. Potential for heavy rain, nickel to quarter-size hail, winds of 60 to 70 that could result in blowing dust. And that whole thing is moving east-southeast, eventually into northwest Oklahoma. Back southeast, severe storm in eastern portions of Hemphill counties, capable of producing quarter-sized hail well east of Canadian at this point, north of Highway 33. That's going to be an issue for portions of northern Roger Mills and southern Ellis counties in Oklahoma. All right, back down to northwest Texas. That storm southwest of Vernon's getting its happy self together pretty quick. Wouldn't be shocked if we have a severe storm warning soon for that. That could end up producing some quarter-sized hail soon in Hardman County, east to Wilbarger counties. And that could have the potential for quarter-size hail in the next several minutes. We'll see. We may have a severe warning for that soon. Severe storm on Highway 6 between Looters and Stamford, moving southeast towards Albany, quarter to tennis ball size hail. The potential for wind gust over 60 miles an hour. Back into the Concho Valley, a severe storm about, 10 miles southwest of San Angelo, moving northeast. Might almost have a supercellular split ongoing, but either way, the potential for ping-pong ball-size hail as that moves pretty much right towards the city of San Angelo. Tornado warning for northern portions of McCulloch counties, including the city of Brady. Potential tornado approaching Highway 283 near Old Broadmoor Road. Moving to the east-southeast, the potential for straight-line winds of 70-plus miles an hour, quarter-size hail. Get multiple reports of a tornado in Beaver County, Oklahoma, where our chasers are, so we might actually have a visual on that. I believe storm chasers were just reporting a dusty circulation, so you can definitely see a lot of dust. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is east of Beaver, Oklahoma, in the Oklahoma Panhandle. A lot of blowing dust there. north of Slapout, Oklahoma. We might have just had a brief tornado that, well, I didn't have up. But again, you can watch the live storm chasing video from our chasers on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. And we'll keep an eye on that. But again, we're going to focus here on the Texas severe weather. So again, circulation at this point, probably about 8 miles northwest of Brady, moving east-southeast at 30. The potential for this to impact Brady and areas north of Brady with a tornado, perhaps large hail damaging winds. And again, this tornado warning includes places like Fife, Placid, Rochelle, and the city of Brady in northern McCulloch counties. All right, so that's the only tornado warning we have in the state of Texas. We got a storm just northwest of Brownwood, developing hail, etc. Now, here's what's funny. Those of you here 30 minutes ago know I showed the high-res rapid refresh model, and I said it wasn't handling stuff in the Concho Valley south of Interstate 20 well. Let's do this real quick. All right, here's the radar right now. This is the radar right now. I'll leave the warnings on. I'm going to turn off the radar. I'm going to pop the high-res rapid refresh model on, and this is going to be at 8 o'clock. Notice, so this is the model at 8 p.m., 30 minutes from now. It has none of this stuff in the Concho Valley. Here's the radar now. So again, it's handling stuff along and north of I-20, okay. It is not handling stuff south of I-20 at all, which is concerning in the aspect that it could impact the forecast going forward into portions of North Texas. So that is something to keep in mind. Models are great, and sometimes models are right. The model right now is not right south of Interstate 20, where it only has 1 or 2 little storms versus, you know, the like 10 we have going on. Now up here in Northwest Texas, same thing. You can see it's trying to pop this stuff in Northwest Texas up. So again, that's something we're going to have to watch for. And again, there's your little bit of weather nerdism for the hour. So again, we have 1 tornado warning for northern McCulloch County, northwest of the city of Brady, by about 8 miles. That storm capable of producing a tornado, golf ball to tennis ball size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour. We have a lot of storms now starting to fire up in the Concho Valley with hail, moving northeast, one moving toward Shreveport. We've got storms in the Big Country, generally speaking, moving east, northeast, minus that 1 storm near Stanford, moving southeast towards Albany and western North Texas. We have new storms developing in northwest Texas that are currently behaving, but they may not do so for much longer in the hail department. Specifically south, just east of Thalia, there on Highway 70, southwest of Lockett. That storm is quickly intensifying, may require a severe warning for large hail for Will-Barger County, aka Vernon, shortly, and that's generally moving east-northeast towards Electra at this point. That is trying to become supercellular, and we're going to have to watch it carefully. Texas Panhandle, mostly quiet with the exception of the northeastern Texas Panhandle. Notice a few showers trying to go up from near Clarendon back southwest to Tully on I-27. Line of severe storms capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter to ping-pong ball size hail, heavy rainfall approaching Perryton, which was so devastated by an EF3 tornado back Thursday evening 2 days ago. Still hundreds of responders in town for damage assessment, recovery. Those of you in Perryton need to be in a shelter. Be mindful that all the debris around the place is going to start flying around with those 70-mile-an-hour winds. Also, potential for quite a bit of lightning and hail. Again, that's moving east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Also have tornado warnings in the eastern Oklahoma Panhandle, northwest Oklahoma. From near Slapout to Laverne to May, that storm's still producing tornadoes, which is the storm our chasers are on. That whole complex of storms is making a beeline for Oklahoma City, where it's going to come visit me in southern Oklahoma City, just north of where this TOKC is. That's where I'm near it. And again, this thing is moving southeast, and it's probably going to do its best to bring me 70 to 90 mile an hour winds later with wind-driven hail. I've got a portable generator sitting inside off the back porch with 30 gallons of gas cans ready to go for that. So if need be, we could continue severe weather coverage using a generator and a cell phone Wi-Fi spot later. If we lose power and I end up taking some sort of severe weather hit. Unfortunately, I also have a west-facing window in proximity of this Angry Bird. In fact, I'll just show you the cam real quick. I'll zoom out and do that. Hi, hello, good morning. Here, let me zoom out. Again, so this west-facing window, great for sunsets, not so much in the summertime when it turns this room into a sauna, but also slightly not so great when you have wind-driven hail coming from the west at 70 miles an hour. So we'll see what happens, but either way, don't be surprised if y'all are getting to witness me flying out of this room because this window's trying to get taken out. But hey, if it makes you feel better, that's a glass desk. So if we do have some sort of wind-driven hail issue take out the window, it'll probably do its best to take out the glass desk too, and then the Angry Bird's going to get it. Angry Bird will protect me, right? It's more likely the Angry Bird will just get launched with the broken window and fly at my head. So we'll see how that turns out here in about 4 hours. But as you can see, I don't have to storm chase myself anymore. The storms literally chase me. So again, we have a tornado warning through sometime. Let me press some buttons here. Again, this is going to be a tornado warning through 7:45, I believe. Another 8 minutes. And that's correct. So again, this is a storm that probably produced a tornado right about 6:55. Circulation is starting to try and wrap up again as it approaches Old Broadmoor Road at Highway 283. This should place it about 8 miles northwest of Brady. I don't like that spot. Let's do this. This is going to place it about 7.5 miles or so north of 283 and Highway 87. It's going to place it about 9 miles northwest of Brady. Well, there goes the voice, which means it's water time. All right, and there we go. And again, I do see the tweets and the notes asking us about where folks can send snail mail checks or stuff like that. Really, it's we appreciate it. You really don't have to. If you insist, I'll send y'all some notes after this and give y'all our business address where you can send it. But really, just we appreciate it. Thank you. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. I'll be gracious instead of spend 10 minutes trying to tell you why you shouldn't. All right, storm southwest of Vernon now has achieved supercell status, and with that, you get hail. Severe storm warning for eastern Ford, southwestern Wilbarger counties, northwest Texas. Severe storm located east of Thalia, moving east-northeast at 30. Generally speaking, could pass near or just south of Vernon. And this is going to be a threat to Highway 287 between Vernon and Electra, moving towards eventually perhaps Davidson, Oklahoma. That storm probably going to have some hail. So you probably don't want to be on 287 from Vernon to Electra in the next 30 to 45 minutes unless you're like taking ice balls to your windows. And most of us don't. All right, let's go back south. Severe storm trying to move towards Albany. Nasty wind signature continues with this storm. The potential for winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for ping pong ball size hail. The hail sizes have come down with this a bit. No signs of being spinny tornadic anymore. Eventually, this could be crossing 283 near Fort Griffin, which is north of Albany, and a beautiful state park for astrophotography, nighttime photography. It's a good it's a great place for history as well, but it is so beautiful out there at night with little light pollution. Been out there a few times in the last 10 years and have enjoyed astrophotography, and it has been enjoyable. But alas, I'm not here to talk about my personal hobbies. I'm here to talk about the Stormy. So again, this will be near Fort Griffin, maybe passing a bit south of Fort Griffin on 283 in the next 20 minutes. Thereafter, it could be approaching the city of Breckenridge by 8:45 p.m. in Stevens County if it makes it there. Further south, we've got a hailer near Putnam on Interstate 20. Looks like that may have turned a bit east-southeast. If that's the case, this is going to be more of a threat to areas south of Interstate 20, south of Cisco, eventually into central and southern Eastland County from near Carbon to Gorman on Highway 6. This storm could have at least golf ball size hail with it right now. It's showing a pretty good hail signature. Storm over Santa Ana, moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. It's one of these left split supercells that moves more northeast very quickly. That could have quarter-size hail. I know those of you from Blanket, Lake Brownwood, east sides of Brownwood, including Tracy, probably just got some heavy rain, lightning, maybe some small hail. Another storm coming on in from the west. You're going to get more rain, more hail. We've got a severe storm near San Angelo that looks like it literally has died. Man, that thing died quick. So that may not have hail anymore, but it still may produce rain. 60-mile-an-hour winds or so in San Angelo. Severe storm capable of producing a damaging straight-line winds, maybe a tornado, and golf ball to tennis ball size hail passing north of the city of Brady. It looks like this is probably going to stay just north of Brady, but it's going to be close. So those of you in Brady still probably want to be ready to go to shelter immediately. Moving towards Placid and Rochelle, the potential for golf ball to maybe tennis ball size hail. Tornado warning for this storm expires in 1 minute. We'll see if the Weather Service elects to issue a new one. Regardless, it's still severe and we'll need a severe thunderstorm warning. This storm southwest of Vernon, showing indications of producing at least golf ball size hail and maybe bigger than that. Also starting to note that little hook echo developing. We're going to need to watch that carefully in case this tries to start rotating. At this point, not seeing any indications of a strong low-level circulation, but the potential is there that it could try to do something like that just to essentially spite me. And we're going to have to watch it carefully. All right, I'm going to look at some data real quick. And again, a couple notes. Thank you to all those sending in super chats, stars, stickers, hearts, etc. We do appreciate it. It helps us pay the bills. But I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna literally look here at monitors and be like, oh, thank you. Please don't take that personally. We do appreciate it. We appreciate all the support, but we're busy enough trying to just maintain situational awareness with the stormies, so I think that's what y'all would want us to do versus individually look and stop what we're doing and shout out. But we do appreciate it, and we do try to go back after the fact and individually thank y'all. We just haven't had that much time to do so this week because Mother Nature will not stop. After tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow's the last day. Please and thank you. Oh. Okay, so it is 7:45 p.m. That was the first note. Second note, radar on our website is not working. We are aware. We've sent in a support ticket. Not happy about it, but life. The radar in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app is working, thankfully. So if you want to keep an eye on the sky, you can do so with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website at texasstormchasers.com. How about we try that again? You see, I'm so used to saying that. It's literally it just comes out without me thinking. If you want to use the radar, you need to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, which you can do so just by searching for Texas Storm Chasers in your app store. Or if you want to take the lazy solution, which I do, you could go to your web browser, type in Texas Weather, but instead of .com, you put .app, and that'll take you right to the download page for the app for your device. It's a smart link. All right. I want to look at was some data on my end real quick. And again, for those of you wondering, most of our chasers are chasing today. Jenny Brown, Jason Cooley, Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, Trey Greenwood. They're all chasing today. They're on in the Oklahoma Panhandle now, about to be in northwest Oklahoma. That's where the highest tornado chances were today. and they've witnessed multiple tornadoes. We, or I should say I, or we, if you want to all collectively include ourselves, are monitoring storms in the state of Texas, because that's what we do. So we're going to, in a minute, talk about what we have going on, what we can expect for the rest of the night. But first, I'm going to look at some data. And while I do that, I'm going to turn a radar loop on so y'all can see what we have been dealing with over the last wee while. See what it's been doing and maybe extrapolate where it's going to be going. Let me turn on some stuff here. And again, we've had stuff in the eastern, northeastern Texas Panhandle. We've had stuff in northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, moving into western North Texas. Hail size with that storm southwest of Vernon continues to increase quickly. Tornado warning for the storm in McCulloch County has been allowed to expire. That is now a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of large hail and damaging winds. And I'm just looking to see what we have going on tonight. Some of the short-term data. We're going to get an update from the Storm Prediction Center with the severe weather outlook for tonight here in a bit. Normally, we don't see big-time changes at this time of night, but we're just going to have to wait and see. And at this point, the high-res rapid refresh model is not doing well with this stuff in the Concho Valley. The model is doing okay with the stuff up here in the Panhandle. Just, it's not showing anything going on down here in places like the Concho Valley or the Big Country, which is problematic since obviously we've had probably at least one tornado large hail. So that's why I'm not showing the model data here on the screen y'all can see, because it's just not performing well. And think of it this way. Garbage data into the model, garbage data is going to come out. So if it's not doing a good job of handling the current situation, it's probably not going to do a great job of showing what might happen down the road. Sounds like we have a possible tornado approaching Laverne, Oklahoma. It's going to be in the Oklahoma Panhandle / Northwest Oklahoma. Okay. Also on Discord, by the way, the Discord link, if you're watching on any, or should be in the video description on YouTube, and I'm sure our moderators can pop the Discord link into the chats and such. That was my hint to open my Discord. All right. Well, here, we'll do this, at least. Sorry, I'm looking at trying to fix the website radar real quick. I don't know why it suddenly stops working, but real quick, I'm just gonna... Oh, I bet that might have done it. I forget. All right. Interesting. I'm using that link, but it's not popping up. Interesting. Welcome to my life troubleshooting, by the way. I'm actually working on a website radar issue real quick. We have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas. Yes, thank you, Andy. If you're watching. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Apologies, life. Again, coming up towards 8 p.m., we're monitoring multiple scattered showers and thunderstorms across the Panhandle, the Northwest Texas, and the Big Country this evening, and to parts of the Concho Valley as well. These storms are capable of producing hail, damaging winds, and we have seen a couple of tornadoes. Primary risks with storms this evening will be damaging winds, large hail. Can't totally rule out a tornado threat. And then late tonight, we're likely going to see a complex of thunderstorms make their way from, well, the northern Texas Panhandle, northwest Oklahoma, through Oklahoma into portions of Texoma, the Arklatex, and northeast Texas tomorrow morning, maybe after 3 a.m. through after sunrise. All right, we've got that taken care of. Yeah, we have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas right now, which is good. We like it when we don't have any spinny, spinny, doom, doom. But we definitely do have the potential for hail, damaging wind, some heavy rain, and we can't totally rule out a few more tornado warnings. Or where the weather radar on our website is not functioning. That's interesting. Looks like we're going to see a new severe thunderstorm watch issued for portions of Texoma, southern and central Oklahoma, into northeast Texas here in the next little while. They just put out a discussion for that. When that discussion pops up here, I'll show you it visually. In terms of the risk for severe weather tonight, well, these storms in western North Texas could make a run at DFW Texoma. And we could also see storms tonight make it from central and southern Oklahoma down into northeast Texas late tonight, probably after 2 to 3 a.m. All right, these storms in the northern panhandle developing along a boundary. They're moving southeast. We're continuing to watch them, and they may unzip a bit further to the south, but staying north of Interstate 40, at least until they make it into Oklahoma, probably, maybe the eastern Texas panhandle. These storms moving east-southeast at a generally brisk 50 to 60. Are they really? Okay, they've got it moving 30 to 60, so meh. Line of storms moving east quickly, damaging straight-line winds, potentially over 60 to 70 miles an hour, now coming into Perryton, Spearman, just north of Stinnett. Moving east, this will impact the northeastern Texas panhandle, meaning pretty much Moultrie County, Lipscomb County, Hutchinson County, Roberts County, Hemphill County, and eventually may build south enough to impact portions of Gray and Wheeler counties in the northeastern Texas panhandle. Again, that's going to be a line of storms, and that line of storms is going to be making it all the way east, and it's going to sweep across most of Oklahoma tonight. Probably make it in northeast Texas after 2 to 3 a.m. We got storms now that are blossoming in northwest Texas, including this one southwest of Vernon. The potential now for golf ball to tennis ball size hail, and we're going to have to watch it for indications of a low-level circulation, especially if it looks like it's turning right, which it is. It may pose more of a threat to Wichita County, aka Electra, Burke Burnett, Wichita Falls, in the next hour. We even have a storm going up over the north sides of Wichita Falls. So again, starting to see storms increase in coverage now in northwest Texas. That'll be a threat to portions of Texoma and southern Oklahoma the next few hours. Storms in the Big Country, the Concho Valley, continuing to generally progress east. Strongest storms, large hail, damaging winds. Can't totally rule out a tornado, but the hail wind's going to be the big issue, especially hail, because it's been the last week. So again, a couple housekeeping notes as we come up to 8:02 p.m. on this Saturday evening Baldy-in-chief special. Well, I'm Baldy-in-chief David Reimer. It is, again, the 17th of June, 2023. We're monitoring multiple severe storms across the eastern Texas panhandle, northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, moving towards western North Texas, Texoma, Oklahoma. And then later tonight, we're going to be watching northeast Texas, the Arklatex, East Texas, Sunday morning. That'll be fun. The potential again for another round of damaging winds. Hopefully not to the extent of what we saw with Thursday's derecho, but some folks are going to see very strong winds that'll knock down more trees and power lines. Can't totally rule out a couple tornadoes and hail because it's June and we're doing this in June. I am hoping that today will be our last widespread day of severe storms and that tomorrow will be more isolated and scattered In fact, I'll just show you the severe weather outlook for tomorrow real quick. Here's severe weather outlook for tomorrow. Let me clear off all the labels. Again, here's tomorrow. You can see isolated severe storms along that boundary again from the Edwards Plateau, central Texas, the Hill Country, northern Brazos Valley, into portions of the Arklatex, East Texas. And again, depending on what happens tomorrow, like half of the days this week, these higher risks may have to be extended back southwest for a higher coverage of thunderstorms capable of big hail, damaging winds. You can see you're expecting a busy day of severe weather tomorrow in the Arklatex, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi. The severe weather outlook for tonight. Now, we're going to get a new one of these any minute now, so this is probably going to change a bit, but you can see where we're expecting to be the most active tonight. It's pretty much northwest Texas, the big country down the Concho Valley where we're active now, all the way east into North Texas, Texoma, the Arklatex, and East Texas. The Arklatex and East Texas probably not until after midnight, unless this first round of storms in North Texas hits, but then a line of storms in the eastern panhandle. I mean, I'll turn the radar on, you can see it. Those storms in northwest Oklahoma, those are going to fly southeast, and those are going to end up making it into the Arklatex tomorrow morning. So, yeah, it's going to be a long night for some. And we may have a couple hours of a break late this evening if this stuff in the big country in North Texas dissipates like some models suggest. But then we're just going to have that mean squall line of doom come race on in and make a ruckus tomorrow morning with damaging winds and hail. But for now, we have plenty to deal with. So let's just go from south to north because I'm dyslexic and it makes me happy. So let's talk about it. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm in McCulloch County. Radar, load, radar. It's going to be a severe storm just northeast of Brady. You can see it as a hook echo, a wee bit of a circulation, but that outflow boundary seems to be south of that inflow region, which probably means this isn't a big-time tornado issue at the moment. Storm moving east-southeast. We'll see how long it is able to maintain itself as we approach sunset. At some point, these are going to start getting squished, like last night's storms. Could eventually be an issue for portions of San Saba, Llano, and northeastern Mason counties here in the Concho Valley / western Hill Country, as this storm moves east-southeast about 25 miles an hour. Storm just north of Brownwood, northeast of Brownwood, Lake Brownwood. That might have quarter-size hail with it. Those are some pretty good reflectivity values. Small hail with some heavy rain all the way up 67 through Blanket, Comanche up to De Leon, Dublin. Big country, we've got a couple severe storms with hail. Putnam, Cisco, Eastland, all the way south, 183 to near Carbon. Those are generally moving east-southeast at about 50. Severe storm about to enter Stevens County. That could have strong winds, the potential for winds over 65 miles an hour. And hail. Storm going up over Throckmorton. We'll see what that does. And then I'll tell you what, I do not like the look of this storm down here in southern Wilbarger County. I'll just tell you that now. I don't like that. In the Hookie department, no tornado warning or strong low-level circulation right now, but we're going to keep watching it. Y'all been looking at me this whole time. You see, this is why I don't get to have nice things. Here we go. My apologies. It's all my fault. Severe storm over portions of southern Wilbarger and central Wilbarger counties. Again, this is going to be mostly southeast of Vernon, but probably have hail falling at the 72-87 split. At this point, this storm may be moving a little more to the east, so this could be a threat to Electra. We've got a storm going up on the Red River, just east of Burke Burnett. That'll be moving into towards Temple and Waurika, Oklahoma. Severe storm just northwest of Chattanooga, Oklahoma, moving towards Geronimo, the H.E. Bailey Turnpike. And Interstate 44 near Geronimo, so that's going to be near the toll plaza there, I think. Toll plaza's near Walters there. And then this storm again near Lecture. I'm going to actually load some loop here. I want to see if this is moving due east or if it's still moving northeast. See, this is moving, almost looks like it splits, so this might be moving more east, and we might have a left split that takes turn up towards Granfield, Oklahoma. Did I miss the new severe weather outlook? I must have. No, it's not out yet. Interesting. They're about 10 minutes late. Don't see that too often. We'll see if they actually do upgrade a part of tonight's risk to a level 4 out of 5 or a moderate risk. I'm thinking they might across parts of Oklahoma, maybe Texoma. We'll see for wind. All right, so again, this storm in southern Wilbarger County, we're going to have to watch it carefully. If it ends up moving more east, that's going to be a threat to southwestern Wichita County within the next 30 minutes around Cadine Corner west of Holiday. South of Electra, we've got this severe storm approach east of Albany now. Probably a bit of rain and hail in Albany, moving east towards Breckenridge. In Stevens County on 180, that could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70. We've got storms on I-20 from Bayard all the way through Putnam, Cisco, Eastland, just southwest of Ranger Hill. Those are moving more east-southeast now towards Carbon and Gorman on Highway 6 at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. We've got strong to marginally severe storms from Brownwood all the way up 67 and 377 to Comanche, Dublin, just southwest of Stephenville. Those could have some nickel to quarter size hail, gusty winds. We had a storm produce a tornado northwest of Brady by about 15 miles about 70 minutes ago. That storm now moving east-southeast with the threat for some hail, damaging winds. Probably going to stay just southwest of Richland Springs over mainly rural areas northeast of Brady, or east of Brady. So from near Rochelle on 190 all the way down to Voca, eventually possibly Fredonia on Highway 71 as that moves southeast, kind of towards Llano. We'll see if it actually makes it there. And otherwise, at this point, I guess I can show y'all where we have watches in effect right now and where we're thinking we're going to see severe weather watches over the next little while. So let me press some buttons here. Okay, we've got a severe thunderstorm watch in effect through 10 p.m. for northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley. Tornado watch for the eastern Texas Panhandle, western Oklahoma. Now, I'm going to turn some buttons on here and show you where I think we're going to have watches soon. I think we're probably going to see a watch for most of this area soon. And it may go a bit farther south than that to include the Metroplex, but probably a severe thunderstorm watch, maybe a tornado watch, we'll see. There is a concern we may see a few spin-up tornadoes with that squall line later tonight. But again, I'd expect a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch to be issued for a good portion of north-central southern Oklahoma, east into Texoma, probably Sherman, maybe Paris area, maybe down towards the DFW Metroplex. We shall see. And then we're going to probably have a severe thunderstorm watch hours from now that goes through at least sunrise Sunday for portions of northeast Texas and the Arklatex and East Texas. All right. Severe weather outlook is really late. Interesting. For what it's worth, so we turn the Texas view back on. Okay, turn all that off. If these storms continue on their present course and heading, they may approach the western Metroplex, you know, maybe Weatherford down to Granbury by 9:30 p.m.-ish. Probably closer to 10 o'clock for places like Tarrant County, Johnson County. If they make it that far, that's questionable. We'll see. Models are not handling it well, so we're just going to have to visually nowcast. All right, that severe storm that was east of Canadian is Dunzo. It's in Oklahoma. Line of storms now developing further southwest from near Perryton to Stinnett. And those storms have the potential to bring damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to half-dollar size hail. Some heavy rain as well. We note a tornado warning for Fort Supply, Oklahoma. Laverne to Fort Supply to near Buffalo, Oklahoma. That's going to stay north of Woodward. And all these storms moving southeast out of northwest Oklahoma are going to be what move into northeast Texas. Probably after 2 a.m., but we could see storms in northeast Texas with the first round first. We're just going to have to wait and see. All right, here's the plan. Stream is not going to go anywhere, but I am going to take, while we have no tornado warnings, about a 15-minute break from talking, because my voice is about to go out after the Thursday coverage, and I can feel it starting to go now. So we're going to step back. We're going to turn on some nice, relaxing music, and we're going to take about a 15-minute break from hearing Baldy-in-chief throw his voice out. And then we're going to be back here at 8:30, and we'll keep chatting. But radar stream's going to stay on. We'll have the chat on. We'll have some music going. And again, if we have any tornado warnings or some sort of big problem develop, somehow, Matt, before we're back in 15, 16 minutes, we'll come back sooner, and we'll be good. But again, going to take about a 15-minute break from talking while we have no tornado warnings. And then we'll be back at 8:30 to chat. right, it's Heidi. Yeah, I remember to turn the camera on this time. Don't you love it when I remember to actually turn things on? Coming up to 8:30 on the 17th of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David Reimer. I have caffeine. And we are monitoring scattered severe thunderstorms early this evening. We're monitoring a line of developing storms from near just northeast of Borger, Texas, in the Panhandle, all the way up to now just east of Perryton to near Follett in the far northeastern Texas Panhandle, extending all the way up to some spinny doom northwest of Woodward, Oklahoma. We've also got more isolated scattered severe stormies underway across portions of the Big Country, western North Texas, northwest Texas, and even a bit of the Concho Valley. So we're going to go ahead. We'll take a look from these storms, this time going from north to south. I know, being dyslexic, and I go south to north usually, but we're going to actually do it the right way this time. I guess there's not really a right way, but we're going to do it the way I want because I have the mouse. All right, let's turn on the super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up cool marketing terms just like the TV people, except I don't have to pay $30,000 for it. Weather radar, and we do have a line of showers and thunderstorms now from near Borger all the way up to Perryton, Booker, Follett. Perryton, worst should be coming to your southeast now, so Perryton, you're probably down to some gusty winds, moderate rain. You're going to be done completely here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Good heavy rain falling from near Follett all the way down Highway 15 to Perryton. Heavier storms now on Highway 70 from southwest of Booker, south of Perryton, all the way back southwest to Borger. And again, these storms are generally producing winds of 50 to 65 miles an hour, blowing dust, the potential for perhaps some quarter-size hail and heavy rainfall. And again, that's all moving to the south, to the east, I should say, rather, at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. And you can see back southwest an outflow boundary extending back to Amarillo. That might have some gusty north winds. We'll watch that just in case it fires up some additional storms. All right, here in northwest Texas, a little cluster of severe storms, some supercellular characteristics as well, from near Lawton, Oklahoma, back south on the H.E. Bailey/Interstate 44 to Geronimo, Walters, Ranelid, all the way back west of Burke Burnett on Highway 240. Down to Electra, these storms generally looking a little less angry than they did earlier. In the hail department, we might have some quarter to $half size hail, localized winds of 60 miles an hour. For what it's worth, it looks like this storm coming near the Walters Toll Plaza in Cotton County. I believe that is down here. It is. Looks like we're going to have a tornado warning for this. This is going to be very near the toll plaza where that McDonald's gas station are in the middle of the interstate on 44 where you pay that, it used to be like $1 toll. I'm sure it's something like $3 by now. Near Cookie Town. And again, looks like we're seeing a little circulation spin up there, and the Weather Service has just put a tornado warning out for that. And again, that's going to be a tornado warning for northeastern Cotton Candy and southwestern Oklahoma, and that's going to run through probably, I'm going to say 9 o'clock, but I might be wrong. Hey, I win. Cool. Maybe I'll get a cookie from Cookie Town later. Again, that's going to include Walters, Oklahoma, Temple, Oklahoma, and Interstate 44 around the Walters Toll Plaza there. And again, that's for the possibility of a circulation developing and moving east towards Temple, Oklahoma, back farther southwest. These storms, again, moving east at about 35 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-size hail, and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Thank you to Ryan Sheff for pointing out my voice is quite unhappy. I am quite aware, sir. Thank you. If I really need to, I can start talking in monotone. And that's just where I turn the mic's sensitivity up a bit and just start talking very quietly. But then you can still hear me just fine because we have good noise canceling software. But you can also see the giant microphone of doom. All right, let's see. We're getting reports of power flashes from our storm chasers in Woodward, and we are. Let's pop up the live video from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Jason Cooley is in Woodward, Oklahoma, reporting power flashes. We'll see what happens with that. And again, this is live video from Woodward, Oklahoma. as angry bow echo of doom arrives with 75-mile-an-hour winds. Our storm chasers in Woodward are reporting angry winds, power flashes, which are transformers or power lines arcing. So we're just watching to see. We'll go back to the chaser wall and keep an eye out. See if they actually manage to keep power. But again, we'll head back down into the Concho Valley. It looks like we're starting to see a decrease in thunderstorms and thunderstorm intensities now as we start getting past or towards and then past sunset. And as I explained earlier, the capping inversion was probably going to come on in and start squishing these storms. A storm capable of producing nickel to quarter size hail. East now of Brady. Brady is clear, generally going to be passing southwest of San Saba. If that storm continues to weaken, it may not be much more of a problem for us. Across western portions of North Texas, we have multiple thunderstorms capable of producing nickel-size hail, maybe occasionally a quarter-size hailstone, and these are generally moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and loop the magical super-duper awesome blossom. Hey, I don't have to pay $30,000 for this marketing term by the radar. You can see storms are generally moving off to the east. Some are exhibiting a little more southeastward deviant motion, but otherwise do also appear to be weakening somewhat, so we may actually get by without too many issues in North Texas, at least for a while, until a complex of storms attempts to approach from the northwest a wee bit later this evening, but that might be more of an issue for places like Texoma, northeast Texas, and east Texas. Back up into northwest Texas, southwest Oklahoma. Again, that tornado warning for Cotton Candy near Walters, Oklahoma, near Cookietown, Oklahoma, crossing near the Walters Toll Plaza on Interstate 44, moving east towards Temple, Oklahoma, Temple, Oklahoma. I'm emphasizing Oklahoma. And again, those storms, especially this tail end in southern Wichita County, should they exhibit additional deviant motion to the right, could continue to be an issue for the Highway 82 corridor along the immediate Red River vicinity. Yes, the monotone. Across the Texas Panhandle, the northeastern Texas Panhandle, a line of thunderstorms from near Borger, now east of Perryton, to near Follette, moving east at 30 to 45 miles an hour. These storms are capable of producing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-size hail. These will likely bring strong winds to Lipscomb County, Hemphill County, Roberts County, and if the storms continue developing further to the southwest, perhaps northern portions of Carson, Gray, and Wheeler counties. And again, these storms are going to be marching off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. My apologies for using this monotone voice, but I'm actually talking very quietly right now, because after the 10 hours of tornado coverage on Thursday, plus now being almost 2.5 hours into coverage today, my throat, in combination with allergies or whatever sinus thing I have, appears to be turning my throat into a firecracker, and the less ambitiously I attempt to speak, the better off we all are going to be, including my throat. But I can still talk in a normal voice if I really need to. It's just, I do that for a while, my throat's going to start cracking, and we're just going to have sad times. All right, so again, that's what we have going on right now. Let's go ahead, let's pop everything back off. We're going to clear everything off the map, and we're going to take a look at the latest high resolution. Well, actually, I believe we have a new severe weather watch. Let's see if we do, if it includes any part of Texas. Oh, that's interesting. The one up in Oklahoma that's been issued isn't on there yet. Data's being a little slow tonight. We're going to pop over to the high-res rapid refresh model. I want to see if this model is performing any better than it was earlier, and if it is, we can take a look at what the data shows. So we're going to look at 9 o'clock. Okay. I mean, it's not the best I've seen, but we're just going to show it. Here's 11 o'clock. You can see, actually, as most of Texas, fairly quiet at 11 o'clock. A cluster of severe thunderstorms ongoing in the Arklatex, southeast Oklahoma, very near the Red River in northeast Texas. A line of severe storms impacting portions of central Oklahoma. Here's 1 a.m. Scattered severe storms, hail, gusty winds in northeast Oklahoma. Severe storms across portions of central Oklahoma. 3 a.m. storms 5 a.m. Angrier storms moving into Texoma, northeast Texas, the Arklatex. 7 a.m. Line of storms extending along Interstate 30 from Texarkana to near Greenville. Those storms could have gusty winds, maybe a bit of hail. Moving southeast. It's 9 a.m. Extending from near Tyler, Longview, Marshall, Wascom, Shreveport, Louisiana. 11 a.m. Still trying to pop a few storms in northeast Texas. And then at 1 o'clock, meh. Now that one was less ambitious with that big old bow echo in central Oklahoma this evening. We'll see if that ends up happening. But we also have that complex of thunderstorms again developing and underway across portions of the Texas Panhandle into northwest Oklahoma and southwestern Kansas. We'll turn the radar back on, and here we go. You can see these are storm reports over the last few hours, those tornadoes earlier. Then we probably had a tornado about 15 miles northwest of Brady earlier. And then now we've just had scattered severe thunderstorms across portions of the Big Country, Concho Valley, that generally, honestly, seem to be weakening pretty quickly over the last 30 minutes. Those storms in northwest Texas into southwest Oklahoma, the potential for gusty winds, quarter to golf ball size hail, and perhaps a tornado or two, as evident by this tornado warning for Cotton Candy, Oklahoma, near Walters, Oklahoma, about 20 miles north of the Red River on Interstate 44. That'll be moving east, eventually perhaps towards Waurika and Ardmore, Oklahoma. To the north, a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour, now with a severe thunderstorm warning down to Interstate 40. These storms generally moving like this. And you note, we're starting to see some additional development back southwest towards south of Borger, towards McBride. The potential for damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Nickel to quarter-size hail, probably nothing too much bigger than that. The potential for blowing dust ahead of the storms and then heavy rainfall once the storms arrive. And again, a severe thunderstorm warning now through 10 p.m. This severe thunderstorm warning includes portions of Lipscomb, Wheeler, Carson, Hutchinson, Gray, Roberts, Hemphill, and Old Tree counties. At 8:40 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 6 miles east of Wolf Creek Park to 7 miles west of Skellytown, moving east now at 50 miles an hour. The potential exists for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. We'll go ahead and do a manual storm track. We'll turn off the magic marker. And again, we're gonna actually give ourselves a little bit of leeway in terms of the southern periphery of that. And here you go. Storms may be arriving in Pampa around 9:05, Miami or Miami, depending on your pronunciation, about 9:10 to 9:15 Canadian, 9:10 to 9:15 Panhandle, probably by 9 p.m. Wheeler, 9:40 to 9:45. Shamrock, 10 to 10:05. McLean, 9:40 to 9:45. Groom, about 9:20 to 9:25. The potential for damaging straight-line winds of 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail, and heavy rainfall. As those continue moving east at 50 miles an hour towards western Oklahoma. Further to the southeast, a small cluster of severe thunderstorms is underway in northwest Texas. These storms are generally moving off to the east, at times east-northeast, at 30 miles an hour. These storms at times are capable of producing quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour, and as evident by the thunderstorm near Walters, Oklahoma, a tornado or two cannot be ruled out. Further to the south, thunderstorms, generally weakening over the last 45 minutes, continue to progress east across portions of the eastern Big Country, southwestern North Texas, and the eastern Concho Valley. Notice these storms have been on a downtrend in intensity, but nevertheless, the potential exists for nickel to at times quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds of 50 to 65 miles an hour, and the potential for heavy rainfall that could cause flash flooding. Otherwise, for the next few hours, we'll be monitoring these storms along the Red River into portions of Texoma as they move east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. An additional severe weather watch will probably have to be issued for portions of Texoma, northeast Texas, and the Arklatex later tonight or Sunday morning. If these storms in North Texas end up calming down, we may actually end up staying relatively quiet around the DFW Metroplex this evening into portions of North Texas, but we'll have to watch those storms in Texoma as they move east. They could impact areas along the north of Highway 82. A little further south if they continue to progress a little more to the east-southeast. The storms in the eastern Texas Panhandle will be in western Oklahoma probably by 10 p.m., maybe a few minutes after, and then those could also progress into portions of the Arklatex, northeast Texas. Indeed, one of you just reported a thunder in Crum, and I was like, there's nothing in Crum. This actually got a cloud-to-ground lightning strike in Crum, which is amazing because the closest thunderstorm is almost 80 miles away. In fact, we're getting lots of cloud-to-ground lightning in Denton County right now. Very interesting. We're actually getting anvil debris or very high clouds from the thunderstorms back in western North Texas. We're starting to get lightning strikes in northern Denton County, which is actually the closest thunderstorm is 100 miles away. Wow, that's impressive. But again, our short-term concerns will be the line of severe storms progressing east across the panhandle of Texas and the storms right along the Red River in northwest Texas and Texoma. These storms in western North Texas do seem to generally be weakening, with the potential still there that one or two may become stronger with hail and strong winds. Otherwise, we are going to need to keep an eye on this thunderstorm in Wichita County, just in case it tries to do any sort of funky business. Radar, I'm going to hit you. The hail marker with this thunderstorm is actually increasing now, and storm spotters are reporting a wall cloud. So we are going to keep an eye on what we refer to as the tail end Charlie. This thunderstorm may remain capable of producing golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, and is generally moving east now into Wichita County, which means those of you in Wichita County, especially Iowa Park and Holiday, should be keeping a close eye on this storm as the potential for hail and damaging winds approaches from the west. All right, we're going to take about a 13-minute break. We're going to pop the music back on, and we'll be back here 9 o'clock with the next severe weather update. Uh-oh, David broke the radar. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Why, hello there. Alrighty, tidy. Let's press some buttons. La la la. Oh, look, it's me, myself, and I. All right, it is 9 o'clock, 17th of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David Reimer, monitoring scattered severe thunderstorms now. We're starting to calm down across western North Texas, the big country in the Concho Valley. We are starting to wind up in parts of northwest Texas, and we're still monitoring a line of thunderstorms producing heavy rain, damaging winds, and a wee bit of hail across the eastern Texas panhandle. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to go from north to south. We'll just talk about what we have going on here. I don't want to zoom in that much. Let me turn some of these city labels back on. There we go. Again, we get a line of storms at this point extending from near Lipscomb all the way southwest to Skellytown, just northwest of Pampa. These storms have exited Booker and Perryton to the southeast. Spearman's clear, Stinnett is clear, Borger is clear, Fritch is clear. And these are moving all southeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds of 60 to perhaps 70 miles an hour, blowing dust, maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail, and heavy rainfall. Storms, again, will be moving to the east-southeast, about 50 before getting into Oklahoma. So those of you from Canadian, Miami, Pampa, maybe White Deer, all the way to McLean, Shamrock, Wheeler, LaFours, you're going to be under the gun for some heavy rain, strong winds, maybe a bit of hail before these storms make it into Oklahoma, and y'all have a pretty lightning show off to your east as storms depart your region. Back into northwest Texas, this thunderstorm down here in western Wichita County is starting to throw a bit of a temper tantrum. It has begun intensifying. We're now seeing indications that we could be dealing with some very large hail, perhaps tennis ball size, near Cadane Corner, just north of Mankins. And this is generally on a beeline to directly impact Holiday and the southwestern portions of Wichita Falls. Cloud-to-ground lightning now attacking Iowa Park, west side of Wichita Falls. We might have some hail falling just east of Electra. And again, this storm is generally moving off to the east-southeast at about, well, I'll tell you in just a second. How about I just press some buttons first? Buttons. Well, that doesn't help anyone. The storm, again, moving off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. This does have the potential to directly impact the city of Wichita Falls, especially if this hail core builds any further north. So, especially along and southwest of Interstate 44 and along 287 and south, all the way down to 277, the potential for a impactful hailstorm over the next 30 minutes in Iowa Park, Wichita Falls, Holiday, Lakeside City, the potential for tennis ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And again, this does have the potential to be a significant, impactful hailstorm as this storm moves off to the east at 30 miles an hour. So those of you in the Falls, Shepherd Air Force Base, Iowa Park, Holiday, Lakeside City, heads up, you're going to want to probably get your vehicles under something because it's about to hail. All right, let's go further south. Watching a strongish storm just northeast of Moron, just north of Cisco and Eastland. There could be a little bit of hail with that. No, bad. With that storm, otherwise, these storms have all weakened below severe level criteria, which is 58-mile-an-hour winds or higher or quarter-size hail and larger. Nevertheless, we could still have some small hail, gusty winds, and heavy rainfall with those storms. I'll put the loop back on so you can keep an eye on those. And again, those storms moving generally off to the east, maybe northeast. Storm southwest of San Saba, that was severe, has evaporated. That produced a tornado about 2 hours ago northwest of Brady by 15 miles. Watching a couple more storms fire up, probably along the remnant outflow boundary from near Santa Ana to Brownwood. Those could have small hail, gusty winds, heavy rainfall that could exacerbate flash flooding ongoing around San Saba at this point. So that won't help. And then we've got moderate rainfall, locally heavy rainfall falling from near Ranger and Gordon on I-20. That's probably making the road a bit slick. All the way down to 377 from Stephenville to Comanche through Dublin, Gorman. That activity generally behaving itself, kind of just sitting there, honestly. Unless something changes, this may actually keep most of the Metroplex clear this evening, which would be nice. But we're going to have to keep an eye on it for sure. But again, short-term issues. going to be supercell thunderstorm. Southwestern portions of Wichita County could bring hail up to the size of tennis balls into portions of southwestern Wichita County. That includes Mankins, Holiday, Lakeside City, Wichita Falls, Iowa Park, over to Fulton, south and east of Electra. And again, that storm's moving east at about 30. Pretty large little complex of stormies up in southern Oklahoma from near Duncan, Comanche to Temple, Oklahoma, moving east towards Waurika. And then those storms could have some 60 to 70 mile an hour wind. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Then otherwise, these storms across portions of the northeastern Texas panhandle about to bring strong winds, heavy rain, a bit of hail to Higgins, Canadian, Miami, Pampa, White Deer, LaFours, moving towards McLean, Shamrock on I-40, Wheeler on 83, and then eventually those will exit the panhandle to the east with the potential for damaging winds extending into western Oklahoma, thus ending the threat of severe weather across the Texas panhandle for the remainder of the night. All right, we're going to keep an eye on things here. We'll be performing occasional updates over the next several minutes. Next update probably is going to be at about, let's do 9:20 p.m. We'll be back sooner if necessary, especially with this Wichita Falls storm. That's the most impactful one we're dealing with right now. But again, without any tornado warnings at this point, we'll do these occasional updates every 15 minutes or so. Otherwise, we'll keep the radar on, the chat rooms are going, and we're going to be here keeping an eye on things. And if we have any issues arise, again, we're able to flip stuff back on faster than my hairline receded. So we'll be here, we'll be keeping an eye on things, and here we go. Oh, look, I broke it. See, this is why I'm not allowed to have nice things, because I break things. All right, I fixed that. I broke that. Sorry, chat room, I didn't mean to terrorize you. Well, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Okay, bye-bye, BRB. All right, good evening. Hi, camera. You want to look at me and not just across the office at nothing? Thank you. All right, it is 17th June 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy-in-chief or something, David Reimer. It is about 9:20. We're monitoring a couple clusters of severe storms at this point. One going to be from near Pampa to Miami, or Miami up to Canadian on Highway Reboot 60. Those generally moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour, the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe a little bit of hail, nothing really too impressive in the hail department right now, maybe nickel to quarters. Second cluster outside of the panhandle, which I'll show you real quick. Going to be from near Wichita Falls up to Wichita, Oklahoma. Wichita Falls storm seems to be weakening pretty quickly here, so if that continues to be the case, we'll be in good shape. Storms down in the eastern big country, eastern Concho Valley, western North Texas have mostly been behaving. We do note those new severe thunderstorm warnings now from near Santa Ana to Brownwood. We could have some quarter to $half size hail there. Pretty good little hail core over the north sides of Brownwood up to Lake Brownwood, again to the Brownwood Airport, and early, moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. And again, otherwise, it's really not much else is going on. See that storm that's firing up pretty quick in southern Stevens County? There could be a little bit of hail with that, but honestly, nothing really to write home about right now. Other storms in that area have weakened. We still have a little bit of light rain occurring across western North Texas. Same thing across northern Denton and Collin counties. We're actually seeing a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes with those. And then otherwise, this activity in the Concho Valley, eastern big country, generally behaving itself. Honestly, based on current trends, probably going to say that's going to end up being probably weakening and dissipating for the most part in the next couple hours, unless something changes. But otherwise, this activity has not intensified or blossomed, which means those in the Metroplex, y'all might have, one of y'all put on your lucky underwear today because, well, at this point, y'all look like you may have not a thing to worry about this evening. We're going to keep an eye on it, though, because you completely discount something, Mother Nature's going to be like, and do something stupid. But again, otherwise, we'll turn on the high-res radar and take a look at this. We've got storm, maybe some quarter-size hail at times. Southwest sides of Wichita Falls, just southeast of Iowa Park to Lakeside City. This storm's been weakening. Honestly, I'm concerned about this storm near Waurika, Oklahoma. It's actually been showing a decent amount of low-level rotation in the last several minutes. Could be seeing winds between Waurika down to Signan and Ryan, Oklahoma, near 70 miles an hour in that nasty rear flank downdraft. That's generally moving to the southeast. That's going to be an Oklahoma issue. For now, we'll keep an eye on it in case it tries to move into portions of northern Cook and Grayson counties in about an hour to an hour and a half, like other storms back Thursday night did. Back in the Oklahoma and into the Texas Panhandle, we might have some quarter-size hail falling between Pampa, Miami. Those storms moving southeast about 40 to 45 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds of maybe 60 miles an hour. So with all that being said, what we're going to do for now is, since we haven't had any tornado warnings for a while, and I don't think we're really going to have any, at least for quite a while, hopefully, maybe the whole night, we're going to go ahead and let this live stream go for now. Actually, you know what? We'll do this. We'll just let the radar keep playing. We'll keep the streams going. We'll let the music play, and we'll just come in and do occasional updates as needed. But otherwise, you know, we're in pretty good shape at the moment outside of some of these ongoing severe storms with hail. But at this point, we're dealing with fairly marginal severe storms versus, you know, baseball, softball size hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds and over. So we'll keep an eye on things here for now. And we'll be doing occasional updates. And as always, if we have any additional big problems, we'll be back with the continuous severe weather coverage. So otherwise, we'll hit the music and we'll get back to enjoying some of that, and we'll be keeping an eye on things and providing occasional updates. All right. So that is the plan. Alrighty. I'm gonna go find food and eat some now. All right, it is coming up 10 o'clock on the 17th of June, 2023. I'm David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. We're monitoring a couple different areas of severe thunderstorms this evening. Overall, we have quieted down across the Concho Valley, most of the big country, northwest Texas, and most of North Texas is pretty quiet right now. We are monitoring a section of severe thunderstorms in the far eastern Texas panhandle, moving southeast from near Wheeler to Briscoe to Allison. That's going to be moving into western Oklahoma in the next 10 minutes. The potential for ping pong ball size hail with that. Our next game, per se, is going to be with this thunderstorm near Waurika, Oklahoma. Or I should say east of Waurika. Oh, excuse me. Give me just a second. I'm moving some of my stuff around so I can better see this. It's going to be a severe storm from near Ringling, Oklahoma to Wilson, Oklahoma to Lone Grove on Highway 70 down to Grady there on Highway 32. Weather Service in Fort Worth has put out a severe thunderstorm warning for northern sections of Montague, northern Cook counties in North Texas along the Red River. For all intent and purposes, the severe storm's heading towards Ardmore, Overbrook, Marietta, Thackerville, Windstar, down towards Marysville, and Dexter and Carlsberg, Texas. This is going like the one we had Thursday evening, where it is pretty much progressing right along the Red River, but moving east-southeast. So this may skirt northern Cook County, but be more of an issue for northern Grayson County, Gordonville to Whitesboro to South Maid to Sherman, Denison, Pottsboro in the next hour. And again, this thunderstorm is going to be capable of producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail. We're also seeing a couple storms fire up in Lamar County around the city of Paris. Cloud to ground lightning, maybe some very small hail, gusty winds. Nothing severe with that right now as that moves off to the northeast. The storm approaching the Red River back west, moving east-southeast to 35 miles an hour. So that's probably going to be with us for the next several hours across Texoma and up into northeast Texas, just like we dealt with Thursday night. Meanwhile, back down in Brown County in the eastern big country, this thunderstorm has actually intensified. We've gone from several thunderstorms to mainly just one, and this one seems to be picking up an attitude just southeast of Brownwood now. And this storm is going to be moving east at 35 miles an hour, the potential for at least quarter-size hail, localized winds to 60. And I promise at some point my super-duper awesome blossom radar will actually show it. You can see we've actually even got a bit of a hook appendage with this thunderstorm. I don't think it's tornadic, but I do believe this is a well-organized supercell. And again, based on weather radar projections, we could have the potential for, again, at least quarter-size hail, the potential for localized winds over 60 miles an hour, as this thunderstorm generally moves east towards Highway 84 from near Zephyr down to Villa to Mullen. And again, this thunderstorm is capable of producing at least quarter-size hail. Frankly, the hail may be larger than the size of golf balls, but etc. David, look at the Twitch. Okay, but that's probably not going to be what you want me to do, because calling me names is the easiest way to really annoy me in one regard. So, I need to look at the Twitch. I need to look at the Twitch. I'll look at the Twitch. I'll look at the Twitch, but I'm not going to be happy. Okay, Twitch, how about this? Let's just not play music. Yeah, Ringling, Oklahoma. The potential for damaging winds, hail, no tornadoes. It's just a lot of strong winds with that storm. And that's covered by your Oklahoma TV stations. All right, so back at it again. This storm southeast of Brownwood, moving towards Mullen at about 25 miles an hour. Capable of at least quarter to golf ball size hail. Couple other storms here in western North Texas, mostly just looking to the northeast. Moving to the northeast, I should say. And again, they're not severe. They're not doing anything. We'll keep an eye out. At this point, honestly, the Metroplex may not have to deal with a thing today or tonight or even tomorrow morning. So one of y'all may have worn your lucky underwear for once this week, because now it's not actually, attacking the Metroplex. All right, back here in southern Oklahoma, from near Heddleton, Ringling, down to portions of Grady or to Courtney, Oklahoma, to Leon. Moving east-southeast, about 35 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. It's about to impact Ardmore, Oklahoma, south side of the Arbuckles there. Overbrook down to Marietta, Oklahoma. You have Thackerville, then Windstar World Casino down to near that adult video store on the south side of I-35 there, where you can park and walk down to the river if it's flooding. And then down to that Hampton Inn, the Cracker Barrel there, and I think there used to be an Applebee's. I don't know if it's still there or not. But anyway, this whole complex may end up being an issue for portions of Grayson County, more in Cook County. Eventually, this could bring some strong winds to places like Bonham, Cooper, down to eventually Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant, and portions of the Arklatex in northeast Texas over the next few hours as that storm moves off to the east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. Yep, I'm seeing him. Deal with it. Then we've got this tail end of the line of storms here in portions of the eastern Texas Panhandle, passing near and just northeast of Mobetti to Wheeler. That'll be taking 152 east out into western Oklahoma, where it will continue to impact western Oklahoma with wind and hail. That'll be out of the Panhandle here in a bit, and when these storms get east of the Panhandle, the severe weather and thunderstorm threats for the Texas Panhandle and West Texas will be over. As we head into North Texas, again, complex of storms here on the Red River moving southeast. That'll be an issue for the Arklatex this evening with some hail, strong winds. And then we've got this one severe storm now southeast of the city of Brownwood, generally moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour towards Zephyr Villa, Mullen, Bozar, and eventually may make it down to Goldwaith there on Highway 84. It's been producing quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. We could see maybe some quarter-to-golf ball-size hail, and the potential for localized damaging straight-line winds. But for the good news, let's just pop on over. Let's take a look at the High-Res Rapid Refresh Manager. I'm too tired. High-Resolution Rapid Refresh Model. And that'll give us an idea of what we might be seeing for the rest of the night. I think the Metroplex might actually be in pretty good shape here, which would be nice, but we'll see. We do note a severe thunderstorm watch now. This is a severe thunderstorm watch in purple through 2 a.m. for the Red River into the Arklatex. This runs northeast of a line from Bowie to Gainesville, to McKinney, to Greenville, to Mount Pleasant, to Atlanta, north. So it includes 82, pretty much east from Nocona, Ringgold, all the way through Gainesville, Sherman, Bonham, Paris, Clarksville, New Boston, Boston to Texarkana, and then down from I-30 north from Greenville to Mount Vernon, Mount Pleasant, Texarkana, up to Atlanta. So again, far northeast Texas, the Arklatex, a good chunk of Oklahoma, southwest Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma, yippee-ki-yay. Okay, let's load the high-res rapid refresh model for reals now, and we shall see what we are expecting this evening. All right, there's a button. So let's load the model for 10 o'clock and see how it's doing right now. And again, you can see it's not doing too bad. We don't have severe storms ongoing in East Texas right now, though, I'll tell you that. And it's a little too far north with the stuff in southern Oklahoma, but oh well, I'm not really going to fuss over it. Here's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and you can see this is trying to keep the storms in southern Oklahoma. I think it's probably 30 miles or so too far north. All right, so here's midnight, 2 a.m. You can see this model thinks Northeast Texas, the Arclitex, is going to be pretty quiet at this point. It might be. We might get a bit of a break. Here is 4 a.m. The high-res rapid refresh model trying to fire up a line of storms across central Oklahoma, northeast Oklahoma. That may end up moving southeast. You can see this model actually has it moving into Sherman, Durant, up into McAllister, Oklahoma, about 6 a.m., which would result in it moving southeast towards Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant, Texarkana by 8, damaging winds and hail possible. 10 a.m., tries to weaken it, moves into Louisiana. So, with all that being said, even if we have a quiet stretch late this evening into early Sunday morning, there's a good chance we're going to have storms coming in out of Oklahoma that create a bit of a ruckus probably around sunrise Sunday and perhaps a few hours thereafter. So with all that being said, for now, we're not doing too bad. Again, Eastern Panhandle about to have their last 10 to 15 minutes of severe storms moving into Oklahoma. We got storms in southern Oklahoma near Ardmore, about to cross the Red River and try to make for some strong winds along Highway 82 in Cook County. We've got storms in northeast Texas around Lamar County. There could be some small hail with that. Lots of cloud-to-ground lightning and portions of Lamar County, and then down into portions of North Texas and the southeastern Big Country. One individual severe storm southeast of Brownwood is moving generally down towards Mullen and Goldthwaite. That storm has the potential to produce quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, along with quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning. All right, so for the next little while, what I think we're going to do is we're going to chat room. We're here. I can see what y'all are saying. What do you want me to do? Do y'all want me to end up just terminating the live stream for now and making for essentially just coming back and doing updates hourly for a while? Or would you just like me to keep the radar on and, come in and occasionally do updates? Because if that's the case, we're probably going to be doing an update maybe about once every 45 minutes or so. Because honestly, I'm hoping we can stay relatively calm for a while. But it's up to y'all. Oh yeah, by the way, we are streaming live on Twitch, Twitter, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube, Texas Weather Center on YouTube, Facebook, sometimes TikTok. Keep the radar up, an hourly update. Yeah, okay, we can do that. That's fine. I mean, I'm still going to be here. I'm going to be watching things. And a big thank you to all our moderators who have been doing such a great job on all the platforms and keeping an eye on things. I'm going to stop playing with Twitch buttons on Twitch now because the moderators are going to probably hit me on the head with a hammer. And Michael, you're asking, does anyone have damage reports? Yeah, it knocked off about 150,000 customers, at least without power in East Texas. Is tonight going to be as bad as Thursday night? I do not believe so, no. I think we will have pockets of strong winds, hail, but I don't think we're going to end up with, a 30-mile long axis of 100-mile-an-hour winds. That being said, more folks are probably going to lose power or re-lose power if it got restored, and we might lose a few more trees, but I do not think it's going to be as bad as we dealt with the other night. At least on the scale we dealt with the other night. So, all right, I'm going to leave the radar on. We'll be here, or I'll be here. We'll all be here. It's a happy day. And again, we're going to be keeping an eye on that storm southeast of Brownwood. Storm that is about to attack Ardmore down to Windstar with some strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. And otherwise, we'll just be here, wait and see. And then perhaps I'll get a visit from these storms northwest of Oklahoma City. We'll see. If we do, I'll set up my camcorder to essentially turn this into a storm chase stream for a few minutes. And who knows, maybe we'll lose power and I'll run around screaming like a goat. But otherwise, yeah, we'll do the next official update. Let's say 11 o'clock, but don't be surprised if I pop in back here sooner. Otherwise, yeah, we'll keep the radar up, we'll keep the chat on, we'll keep the music going, and we'll just be watching things. And again, the interactive weather radar on the website is busted, but it does appear to be mostly working in the mobile app, which is nice, but all right, I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to go find a throat lozenge or some throat spray. And then it'll be okie dokie. So, all right. And there we go with that. So, again, we'll be back at the latest by 11. I mean, I'm really not going anywhere. I'm literally just going to be sitting here and not talking and looking all around, and Ardmore just hit 69-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so we'll be watching. I'm going to actually, before I go, let me see if I can adjust this lighting a little bit. Let's try this. Make my face a little darker. Good enough. I usually have to have the exposure bumped up a little bit extra, but I guess right now it's just happy because I have 10 monitors on plus lights illuminating me. So, all right, I'm going to stop talking now. And again, next update by at least, or the latest by 11, I'm going to go find something to snack on so I can actually vocalize and create logical sentences again without, stuttering and turning into a billy goat. See? Alright, actually, see what I meant by coming back sooner than that? Yeah, we've got a tornado warning. Alright, so, with that being said, obviously, 11 p.m. ain't gonna be happening. Let's just go ahead and get back to it. So we've got a tornado warning. This is going to be for Mills County and portions of the southeastern Concho Valley / North Texas. This is going to include Mullen and Goldwaith. This is going to run through 11 p.m. probably. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning. Mills County in central Texas at 10:20 p.m. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles west of Mullen, moving southeast at 30. This tornado warning will be near Mullen at 10:35 and near Goldwaith by 10:50, including Bozar, Regency, Center, City, and Ridge. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning, hence we are going to go back into continuous severe weather coverage. All right, let's figure out why we have a tornado warning first off. Let's switch over from the how hard it's raining mode to the which way the wind is blowing mode. And yeah, that would explain it. We've got a pretty good circulation showing up off the San Angelo radar, which is the closest radar to this, I believe. I'm going to double check that. Closer the radar site is to a storm, the better look at the low levels. And yeah, it's going to be close. Granger might be just a little bit closer soon. So you could see latest scan off the San Angelo radar coming in now. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about 90, winds moving away about 30. So a pretty gnarly circulation here, but we're also looking at about 10,000 feet above the ground. We're in a radar hole where we just do not have a good low-level look at this. But again, that's a pretty gnarly low-level circulation with this thunderstorm. And that means it is going to be capable of producing a tornado just southwest of Mullen, generally speaking, moving towards Goldwaith. So that means y'all are going to need to take your tornado safety precaution here in Mills County if you are in places like Mullen, Bozar, Goldwaith, Center City, Castor, and Scalorm. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes are a good idea, along with a helmet. Alright, so the storm's also capable of producing tennis ball-sized hail, damaging winds, and a tornado. I'm going to switch the radar to the Granger site, get a different look at this as this starts to get a little closer to Granger and moves further away from San Angelo. Not as great of a look. See what it looks like reflectivity-wise, and yeah, we're just going to stick with San Angelo for now. Let me make sure the Dias radar isn't closer. It might actually be... No, I'm sorry, Dias is 20 miles closer. That's why you double-check things. Here's going to be a look from the Dias radar. You can see even here in the lower levels of the storm, we have a strong circulation continuing. Again, this is going to be a possible developing tornado in Mills County, which is going to be in southwestern North Texas. This tornado warning does include the city of Goldwaith, Mullen. This includes Highway 84, all the way from near Villa, southeast of Zephyr, all the way through Goldwaith, Castor, and Scalorn. So we don't want anyone traveling up or down Highway 84 like this evening between, let's just say, the city of Brownwood and Lometa. I would not advise going west of Star on Highway 84 either. We don't want folks going down or up Highway 183. Let's just say northwest is Ometa up to Zephyr. So again, that's going to be a tornado warning for Mills County until 11 o'clock. The which way the wind is blowing mode, very impressive velocity. Couplet about 10 miles southwest of Mullen, 10 miles northwest of Goldwaith. Not a whole lot of landmarks to reference out here, unfortunately, so I can't really be more specific. But again, this is an impressive low-level velocity signature with this dangerous thunderstorm. It's going to be near the Pecan Bayou, near Mullen. And again, that's going to be a storm moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And I'll admit, yeah, I was surprised. I was just looking at radar data and saw the tornado warning. I was like, wait, what? Why didn't I hear warning sound? Because I've got a program over here that may occasionally bleed through where it'll play warning sounds. You know, there's like a cow sound or something for tornado warnings, but I had the speakers muted. Oopsies! So again, a pretty good low-level velocity signature continues with this dangerous storm down here in Mills County, about 10 miles southwest of Mullen, about 10 miles west-northwest of Goldweight. This circulation is going to be very near FM 974, probably pretty close to FM 573. So 574 and 573, that's where it's going to be close to-ish. And again, it's pretty rural out here. I don't have a whole lot of landmarks, but again, county roads, well, I just gave you a bunch. Let me see if I can't put some roads on here. And again, back to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see in addition to the potential for a tornado, this thunderstorm is producing damaging hail. And again, this is the only tornado warning we have in the state of Texas. This is going to be the only severe storm in the state of Texas, excluding one riding the Red River approaching WinStar World Casino. So luckily, we are pretty well able to just stick with this storm for now. I'll zoom out so you can see where it is in relation to everything else. Well west of Gatesville, south of Comanche, southeast of Brownwood, latest scan coming in. North of San Saba, an issue for Goldweight. You can see that latest scan that just came in right there. Here's the velocity data, and again, I'm going to try to get some roads on here to at least create a little more local landmarks. I know we're in the middle of nowhere, but we can try. See, there's just not a whole lot coming up here. Put County Road 529 at least. Again, I'm mainly just doing this to give myself some reference points. Again, you've got 183, 84 going out of Goldweight northwest, 84 going east. Again, this is a pretty nasty looking storm, capable of putting down large hail, damaging winds. For what it's worth, we've got a storm going up over Stephenville that might have some small hail. It's not looking severe right now, but it is also putting down quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. So those of you in Stephenville are probably not enjoying yourselves right now with llama time. Oh, sweet mercy. Lightning time. It's not llama time, it's Angry Bird time. I mean, I do have a big stuffed llama thing, too, I could bring in one day, but it's currently Angry Bird time. Llama will be for good weather. I may have just made that unintentionally a thing. Oops. Anyway, so again, this possible tornado... Hey, Radar, you want to actually download an update for me, or you just want me to stare at you never-endingly and cry? Circulation coming up. Again, it's pretty much riding Farm to Market 574, moving towards Goldweight. So those of you in Goldweight, you're going to want to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Large hail likely falling just south of Villa, just west of Mullen, about to move into Mullen. We could see golf ball to tennis ball size hail on Highway 84. Northwest of Goldweight up to Bazaar, Mullen, and Villa. Nearby Mesonet Station reporting a temperature of 82 degrees and a dew point of 77. That is unbelievably moist. That is tropical moisture galore. So there is a lot of juice for these storms. I just honestly didn't think this one would stick around, but it has. That goes to show you the high-res rapid refresh model, even though it tries to kill these things, guess what? They're still here. I mean, for example, this thing's going up over Stephenville right now. That could have dime-size hail. We're going to have to make sure that doesn't materialize into anything. We got a shower or storm going up over southwest Fort Worth. And then we got this thing that's trying to drop a tornado at almost 10:30 at night, about 8 to 9 miles northwest of Goldweight. And again, it's going to be southwest of Mullen. There you can see the latest scan coming in from the which way the wind's blowing mode. Bright blues against your bright greens. It's going to be your defined mid-level mesocyclone. Hollis Cemetery is right under the indicated rotation. Thank you. That is a good reference point. I appreciate that. All right, making sure. What are we doing over here? I am about to have fun with my own storms, it looks like. Perhaps they'll weaken and, not blow 80-mile-an-hour winds at me. But if so, at least we'll get a view from the window. All right, so again, this is going to be a dangerous storm capable of producing tennis ball size hail and a tornado very near Hollis Cemetery, southwest of Mullen, west of Goldweight, near Sparkman Ranch. And again, the storm's generally moving off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles per hour. And that means it will be impacting the city of Goldthwaite here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Now, if the circulation stays southwest of Goldthwaite, Goldthwaite is going to get in on the tennis ball size hail. If the circulation stays a bit north, well, Goldthwaite is going to get on tennis ball size hail and a possible tornado. Mullen, you're probably getting some nasty hail right now there on Highway 84/183. Bozar, you're going to be getting in on some hail too, but the biggest hail core is just to your northwest. I mean, Mullen, y'all are probably getting clobbered right now by some really big hail. I haven't heard any ground truth reports, but I'm sure we're going to get them at some point. So again, let me turn this off. We'll turn on that. And I'll actually just load up radar loop. And you can see this storm took a southeast turn out of Brownwood and has dominated the local environment. No other storms going on. And now it has decided to become a hailer and a spinny, spinny, doom, doom producer, which is always what we want to have happen at 10:30 at night on a Saturday. I'm being about as sarcastic as I can be, by the way. But again, this is going to be about 8 miles west-northwest of Goldthwaite now, probably about 7 to 8 miles south-southwest of Mullen, the circulation itself. The hail core is about to be right on Mullen, and this could be some gnarly hail. No ground truth reports, but it could easily be golf ball size hail or larger. And again, this is going to be moving to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. We're looking, unfortunately, pretty high up here. I'm going to guess 8,000 feet. Let's ask the super duper awesome blossom magical radio measuring tool, and 7,000 feet. Okay, well, that's still pretty high up. We're not seeing the low levels of the thunderstorm here. We're seeing the mid levels. So that doesn't really help as much when, you know, you're trying to figure out what's going on. The low levels are at the ground, but nevertheless, that's the best we can do, and we're seeing a pretty strong indication of mid-level rotation that could easily extend down into the lower levels. Again, we're generally seeing winds moving towards the radar up near Dias, about 50, moving away at about 45, so a good 75 to 80 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear couplet there. Nothing on the tornado debris indicator, and again, I really doubt we'd see a tornado debris signature at 7,000 feet. If we did see tornado debris at 7,000 feet, that means there would probably be at least an EF2 tornado in progress, or a strong tornado, and, you know, we really don't want that. I mean, I'm not going to rule anything like that out, because Mother Nature would then try to prove me wrong, and no one wants that, but again, the higher up the radar beam goes, the further away the radar beam gets from the radar, well, the less accurate of a low-level picture we get of a thunderstorm. But clearly enough rotation indicated on radar for the Weather Service in Fort Worth to issue a tornado warning until 11 p.m. for Mills County and portions of central Texas. And again, there is nothing else going on severe weather-wise down here. Closest thing we have going on, we have storms in around Stephenville. We have storm near Comanche. And again, the stuff around Stephenville could have some small hail. Cloud-to-ground lightning, generally speaking, not severe. About 45,000 feet tall. Now, here's something I do not usually show on here. Let's switch products. We're going to look at a product called Echo Tops. This tells us how tall the thunderstorm is. At least I was hoping it would. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that's not helpful. You think it's 18,000 feet tall. Oh, good grief. Let's try this. You want to know how tall this thunderstorm is? And here, let me turn smoothing off. Folks, it is 10:39 p.m. This thunderstorm is 65,000 feet tall. Commercial airliners typically fly, well, let's say, between about 30,000 and 41,000 feet above the surface. Your premier business jets may fly up to about 45,000 feet, flight level 450. Your military aircraft, fighter jets, etc., typically you might see them between about flight level 500 and flight level 600. So this is pretty much taller than most of what's flying out there today. If you're on a commercial airliner, we're talking about nearly twice as high, or twice as tall as you would be. So you'd still be looking almost straight up. This thing's got attitude, which is exactly why we're dealing with severe weather. What? That was a cute thing I've never seen happen. Let's never do that again. So again, here is the latest radar scan. It is 10:40 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located... Oh, here, let me use my measuring tool over here, and I can at least try to give you a better distinction. About 7 miles south-southwest of Mullen. There's a new scan about 9 miles west of Bazaar. I'm sure I messed that up. And about 10 miles due west of Goldwaith. You can see the latest scan here, that hook echo becoming even more prominent. That inflow notch you can see there, that's where we have strong inflow winds being sucked up into the updraft of this dangerous thunderstorm. There you go. This is your rear flank downdraft. Your wind's on the backside of this thunderstorm. And keep in mind, I know it's almost 11 o'clock at night. It is pitch black out there, excluding the whole crazy lightning thing. We have a very strong gate-to-gate circulation here. So there is a high potential we do have a tornado in progress, even though we're looking 7,000 feet above the ground. The problem is, out here, there's not a whole lot. So again, folks out in Goldwaith, southwest of Bazaar, south of Mullen, need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And understand, we very well may have a tornado in progress here, but we're probably not going to know about it unless it hits something. And we are not going to know about that until well after it happens. Unfortunately, for what it also matters, looking at my radar, for those of you who know where I'm located, and I'll just show you real quick. Let me be very quick with this. I know this isn't Texas, and some of you are going to be like, but it's the Texas Storm Chasers. Yeah, I lived in Texas for like 20 years, and then I moved up here for a girl 10 years ago, and then I never left. What can I say? I still love Texas. Don't hate me. Okay, let me turn off this. So what I'm going to show y'all real quick is where I'm located. Mainly because, well, I might have an issue here. Now, for all intent and purposes, that's exactly where I am located right there. Right now. I say that because the terminal Doppler weather radar is detecting 85-mile-an-hour winds coming almost right at me. And that's going to result in a few issues here. The least of which being the potential for power outages. Now, I've got a 5,000-watt generator sitting at the back door I'm ready to put outside after everything calms down. I'm not going to put the generator outside while it's still blowing at 80 miles an hour. I've got a battery backup system in here. That's one, probably going to catch on fire if I have to use it, because that seems appropriate in terms of just my luck with electronics. But two, it'll continue to power most of this for a good 15 to 20 minutes. The issue is, one, I have a west-facing window right here. So depending on what happens, I might need to temporarily leave this room just in case something comes trying to fly through that window if we have west winds at 80 miles an hour. Two, the issue definitely arises where stream may die for a little bit, but then we'd be back, especially once I got everything powered back up. So there's all that. I'm keeping an eye on it, trust me. Tornado likely in progress now. Southwest of Mullen. You see that extremely tight gate-to-gate couplet there? That bright green against the bright red? There is a probable tornado in progress, southwest of Mullen. In addition, I mean, you can see two circulations here. I'm focusing on the one that's right at the apex of that hook, but understand, if this is right, this might also have a tornado in progress and looks even stronger. 100-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear there. We've got a couplet closer to 110 to 120 miles an hour just ahead of it. So understand, there is a high potential we could have a dangerous tornado in progress now 7 miles west of Goldwaith on FM 574. This would likely now be east of FM 573. Not all that far north of that stream. So again, folks west of Goldwaith, understand, I know it's a rural area, but there are probably people that live out here, and I have great concern if there is a tornado down and it hits that person, it may be capable of producing significant tornado damage, the kind of thing that, tries to take out houses and hurt people. So we need folks to be in shelter, especially if you are in and west of Goldwaith, southwest of Bazaar, southwest of Mullen, all right? Y'all were here earlier. If I think a storm, even a tornado-warned storm, is not producing a tornado, I will tell you, this is probably producing a pissy tornado. And again, we're not going to know about it unless it hits something, and then we're not going to know about it until after the fact, because it is 11 o'clock at night. If there's a tornado, it might be wrapped in heavy rain. And again, we don't want folks trying to go out and look for this either. It's very dangerous storm chasing at night. It's very dangerous storm chasing during the day, but even more so at night, when the only way you're going to see anything is if it ends up, hitting you, or it ends up being illuminated by lightning or power flashes. And again, take it from someone who's done his fair share of chasing at night, that doesn't happen as often as you might think it does. Example, I was chasing the Shawnee EF2 or EF3 tornado back in mid-April, literally a mile from it. I couldn't see it. It was like 10 o'clock at night. I couldn't see it, and it was a 1.5 mile wide tornado. It just looked like heavy rain. You'd think there'd be power flashes and lightning illuminating it, but there weren't. So again, if you are in the city of Goldwaith and you are west in Mills County on FM 574, you need to be in a safe place immediately, as there is a high potential a tornado is attempting to develop or is in progress. Again, we are now looking at a strong circulation. This is going to be about, again, give take 6 to 7 miles west of Goldwaith. And we need folks to be in shelter. And that's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and helmets. Mr. Cooley, are you watching? I'm just curious. I don't need you to do anything. I'm just curious. So again, 6 to 7 miles west of Goldwaith, probable tornado in progress. Unfortunately, we're also looking at 7,000 feet above the ground, which means that could be a mile or two off by the time you go down to the surface. There is tilts involved with thunderstorms, especially in strong wind shear environments. The higher up you go, the more tilted over the updraft is. That's why the rain and hail fall away from the updraft, and that updraft is able to remain, there and keep on producing severe weather. So again, higher up you go, the higher the radar, or the farther from the radar site you go, the higher up the radar beam goes. We're looking about 8,000 feet above the ground, which means this circulation could be, say, a mile east, a mile west, a mile north, or a mile south of exactly where it is at the surface. That was about as confusing as I could make it, but, well, would you expect anything different? Probably not. All right, so it is 10:48 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David Reimer. A tornado warning in effect for Mills County through at least 11 p.m. If it keeps doing what it's doing now, it's going to go past 11 o'clock. This will have the potential to produce golf ball to tennis ball size hail as it moves off to the east-southeast about 30 miles an hour. Now, the way it looks now, this may stay a couple miles west of the city of Goldwaith, but I'm not going to bet money on that. And those of you in the city of Goldwaith, you should be in shelter. This is about a mile northwest of Trailer Cemetery. And for those thinking I'm going to go storm chasing, no, I'm actually not. But I do have the storm chase vehicle in the driveway. pretty much if I have to, I have a 2,000 watt pure sine wave inverter. I can plug all this into, turn the car on. That'll power things for a few hours, no problem, while I set up the more cumbersome 5,000 watt generator. So again, potential tornado about 5 to 6 miles west of Goldwaith. Probably going to get a bit closer to town. It's going to be crossing over, let's see, County Road 408, Highway 16. Let me switch radars here, see if I can't get a little different look from Granger. And I'm not going to show y'all that, but I am going to look. Now, closest storm to me right now is 14 miles to my northwest, moving this way with 60 to 75 mile an hour winds. So I may take some power hits here, but I've got, technically in this room alone, 4 battery backups, a 5th powering all the internet stuff. So even if we do take power hits, all this stuff is going to stay on for at least several minutes. So if it's just blinky power issues, I'm going to be fine. If it ends up being a more long duration issue, I'm going to have to quickly run out and plug a lot of cords in and get everything switched over. And of course, if said power outage also takes out the comm lines, then, well, we're going to lose the live stream, and the live stream is going to automatically terminate. But I do my best and get back in here pretty quickly and try to restart it. This thing developing near Goldwaith is generally at this point moving southeast at 25 to 30. It would be an issue for places like Lametta down to maybe Lampasas. I don't think it's going to make it to I-35, to be honest with you. I'm a little surprised it's still alive, to be honest. Most models had this dead, so the fact it's still there is somewhat surprising. Also noteworthy, the severe storm warning up across Texoma, at least south of the Red River, has been canceled. Storms have weakened south of the Red River and continue to produce damaging winds across southern Oklahoma, but they're staying north of the Red River for now. Big old nasty line of severe storms about to visit Oklahoma City, back west along I-40 all the way to Sayre. Hail, damaging winds, a couple spin-up tornadoes it looks like. And then that cluster of storms in southern Oklahoma that may attack northeast Texas a bit later. By the way, this line in west Oklahoma, that's what's going to attack northeast Texas, the Arklatex, in like 5 hours. And then we still got a couple storms ongoing across southwestern North Texas, the eastern Concho Valley, into the western hill country. Let me loop this real quick and I'll show you. And again, you can see Goldwaith storm moving southeast. The rest of these sub-severe storms generally popping and moving east-northeast. They're not doing anything right now. But we'll keep an eye out just in case for some reason they try to start throwing out a wee bit of hail, but I'm not particularly worried about that right now. All right, I'm going to turn off that. We're going to press this. Let's hit that. Let's go back and press the super-duper button. All right, so back at it. You can see Goldwaith storm, clear, well-defined hook echo. Circulation remains evident. Not the super scary-looking circulation it was, but it's still very strong, and they are currently capable of producing a tornado. We need to take some precautions here against saying how close are... Weather radio, y'all probably can't hear it because of the noise canceling, but boy, does that make scary loud noise. This circulation, about 5 miles west of Goldwaith, moving southeast. Tornado threat should remain west of Goldwaith. Those of you west and southwest of Goldwaith on 16 need to be in a safe place immediately. Especially pretty much all the way down to where the Colorado River crosses 16, or 16 crosses over the Colorado River. And again, this circulation, last scan didn't look as impressive. This scan it does. And again, well-defined hook echo. We're probably about to have golf ball size hail in Goldwaith. Yeah, sorry, let me make sure the noise canceling stuff's working. Usually it takes that out, but it might be because I was talking and, well, yeah, so. All right. Is it going to hail in Sherman, Texas? No. So again, we got these storms, Comanche to gusting Maybe small hail moving east-northeast. Northeast of Stephenville up in the southwest Hood County. Maybe a bit of small hail, heavy rain. Storm near Goldwaith, capable of producing golf ball-sized hail into tornado. Tornado threat about 4 to 5, maybe 6 miles southwest of Goldwaith now, approaching Highway 16. Hail about to move into Goldwaith. And again, we need to watch this carefully because if we have any occlusion cycle or this ends up turning, or an instance where it occludes, it could turn more to the east. And we're not giving ourselves a whole lot of room here between Tornado and Goldwaith. So if you're in Goldwaith, you better be in shelter. And that's the lowest floor, center room. Away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard-sole tennis shoes, or hard-sole shoes, and a helmet. So again, those of you in Goldwaith, you really need to stay in shelter and be in shelter. This is going to be an issue if this cuts east at any point. And again, it very well may. We're looking 8,000 feet above the ground. This may be a mile further east than where this radar shows it, and that's going to be a problem. And again, folks, for you wondering, if I'm not talking about you, that's a good thing right now. We have one severe storm in the state of Texas, and that's this storm. Other storms could have small hail, gusty winds. Main severe weather issue going to be after midnight in northeast Texas, eastern Texoma, the Arklatex, as a round of storms on the Red River right now moves east-southeast. More likely, we're going to get a second round of severe storms in Texoma, northeast Texas, the Arklatex, after 3 to 4 a.m. And you can track these storms using the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radar, local weather forecast, all that fun stuff. You know, you can watch this live coverage even. All right, real quick. I need to take a quick potty break before the storms hit here, and I have to run around and make sure everything stays powered. So we're going to do really quick. I'm going to mute this mic. I'm not even going to change any of the screen settings, layers, or anything. We are going to just keep it as it is. You just won't hear me for a minute. Folks will probably freak out, but I'm sorry. And I'll be back in about, well, hopefully less than 2 minutes. So BRB. All right, and we're back. So we have a tornado warning that will probably be going past 11 o'clock for Mills County. It's going to be a severe storm capable of producing a tornado, probably passing within 3 to 4 miles southwest of the city of Goldwaith. In Goldwaith, we've probably got some hail. Quarter to golf balls. Haven't heard any ground truth at this point. And again, this storm's moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Other storms further north, around Comanche, could have some small hail. They're moving off to the east. Cloud-to-ground lightning, some heavy rainfall. There's not a thing going on in the DFW Metroplex besides occasional showers. And honestly, there may not be anything for this event in the Metroplex. Then a line of nasty storms moving southeast across portions of southern Kansas into northern central Oklahoma, back west on Interstate 40. Potential for winds 60 to 80 miles an hour, maybe some hail with those. Then back in Texas, here we're just dealing with one severe storm at this point. It's going to be this guy near Goldwaith. All right, I'm just making sure this is still the closest radar site to use. It kind of is. Just keeping my situational awareness. All right. Oh, no. I lied. They did not go with a tornado warning. They're actually going with a severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like. Well, that's good news. We're seeing something that indicates the potential for a tornado is diminished compared to what it was, so that's good. Right, so let's zoom back in. No more tornado warning. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Hamilton, northwestern Lampasas, and southeastern Mills counties. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing ping pong ball size hail and wind gusts over 65 miles an hour. So that is good news. Oh, I'm not worried about the storms approaching me. Yeah, it's going to be windy, but the worst that could really happen to me is I lose power and have to run around plugging extension cords into a generator real quick. I mean, honestly, I'll probably get up and set the camcorder up in the patio and let her rip. I think now what's going to be more problematic is the dog who's afraid of thunderstorms. Dog's probably going to be a very unhappy dog. But just took one power hit. Again, everything here is on a battery backup. But we just had our first power hit. And we have a new tornado warning. Why are we issuing a severe warning and then just putting a tornado warning out like 2 minutes later? That's just annoying. Sorry, I'm old grumpy David. All right, so we're going to have a tornado warning until 11:45 p.m. This is going to be for Mills and Lampasas counties. This will be for the thunderstorm near Goldwaith, capable of producing a tornado still. Let's switch back over to the Granger radar. It's going to be a tornado warning that does include the city of... I know I'm messing up the pronunciation. Look, I have enough issues saying most words in English, so please don't take it personally. But Goldwaith down Highway 183 to Lometa. This will include Castor, Schollern. And again, this is going to be for a storm moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. All right, well, I'm thinking about it. We're going to do some work here. I have 10 monitors running right now, and everything here is on a battery backup, but just to give myself a little more leeway, I'm going to turn some of this stuff off so the battery will last a wee bit longer if we do end up having more than just a few power blips. Might. Radar is showing 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, about 4 miles to my northwest, moving this way. That looks enjoyable. Honestly, I could probably start looking out the window here and start seeing transformers blowing. but alas. All right, so it's going to be a tornado warning for portions of... Sorry, multitasking, not my strongest suit sometimes. I'm trying to read the weather warning, but it's not popping up. But I've also got transformers blowing up outside the window. Still a few miles away, but I can see the green and blue flashes lighting up the sky. Which is always an eerie thing, I might add. All right, it's going to be a tornado warning for northwestern Lampasas, southeastern Mills County, and central Texas to 11:45 p.m. Severe storms capable of producing a tornado located near Goldwaith or 60 miles northeast of San Saba, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. And again, this storm could also produce quarter to golf ball size hail. The probable tornado location would be a few miles southwest of Goldwaith. Those of you in Goldwaith definitely need to stay in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, so what I'm going to actually do... So what's probably or could happen in the next several minutes is you're going to start seeing some lights flicker in here. If I lose commercial power, the blue accent lighting behind me is going to die off. These desk lamps may die off. But most of what you're seeing here should stay on. The internet stuff should stay on, so I'll have at least a few minutes to, say, hey, I've lost power. I'm going to have to go plug stuff into a generator, but I can't do that till the storm quits. So what might end up happening is don't be shocked if suddenly this whole stream just stops. And if that happens, it's only because I lost commercial power or the internet got taken out. I mean, they're both run on the same line or telephone poles, so if that happens, I will have to get all this plugged into the generator / car pure sine wave inverter, and if it's the internet that goes out, I'm going to have to switch everything over to a Wi-Fi hotspot, so in that case, all right, so is that actually a storm or is that just ground clutter? That might just be ground clutter. Okay, so we got a couple showers, maybe some storms. Hood County down through portions of Erath County into portions of Hamilton County. Heavy rain, few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, nothing severe. This storm, currently impacting portions of Mills and Lampasas counties, is severe, capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, perhaps a tornado. Now, I'll admit, this storm looks weaker than it did a bit earlier, which is good. Just had a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust, about 3 miles to my northwest. It's getting windy. It was about to get windy here, which is okay. We'll see how the power holds up. All right. So if there's a tornado at this point, it is probably going to be passing southwest of the city of Goldwaith by a few miles. It's hailing in the city right now. Could be quarter size or maybe a bit larger. The storm's moving east-southeast at about, what do they got at 25 miles an hour. Pretty much riding down 183 towards Castor, Scalorn, Lometa. Wind is hitting. Sounds like a hurricane outside. Stuff is hitting the house. The window is flexing. I've never seen that window flex inward before. That is an interesting problem. Dog's not happy, I'll tell you that much. Power is gone. Power is back. Power is out. Power is back. We'll see if we're still live. Oh, that was fun. Good to know the desk lamps aren't connected to the backup power. I'll fix the other one here in a bit. It might just end up getting knocked out again if we take another power hit, which is entirely possible. All right, just had a report from Goldwaith of up to baseball size hail. Interesting. Power's out. Power's back. Dog is mad. And yeah, all this stuff I have, the internet, all these computer monitors, they're all connected. The computer, all the computer server stuff on the shelf, they're all connected to, I think they're each 1500 watt battery backups. So they are enough to power these 10 computer monitors and this gaming PC for about 10 to 15 minutes. And every time the lights do that, you can see that's just the power going out and back on. Hey, you're okay. Hey. Dog's not happy, clearly. The dog will be okay. And again, this is just the outflow boundary hitting. Actually, the main storms precip themselves are still about 10 miles northwest, so gnarly outflow boundary. Back on with the light. Or not. So again, this is why we have battery backups, because otherwise would have lost the live stream already. So again, we're here. We have a tornado warning for portions of Lampasas and Mills County, moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Those of you in Goldwaith, probably getting hail right now. This storm will be done there in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'd give yourselves until about 11:25 to 11:30 to come out of shelter. Moving southeast, again about 25 miles an hour, moving towards Castor, Scalorn, and eventually Lometa. Try to turn this back on again. So those of you in Lometa, up Highway 183 towards Scalorn, Castor, Goldwaith, something loud just crashed outside, should continue to be in your safe places. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes are a good idea, along with helmets. And again, this is all moving southeast at about 15 to 25 miles an hour. Further north, we have scattered storms that have popped up in southwestern North Texas. Really, they're not severe, just some heavy rain, small hail, and lightning. Further north, cluster of storms across southern Oklahoma, staying north of the Red River for now. Bit of rain in places like Sherman to Bonham, but the damaging wind hail portion of this is staying north of the Red River. It may eventually try to make it into portions of northern Fannin and northern Lamar counties, but we'll see. And then back up in Oklahoma, that's going to be our main line of storms that will attack northeast Texas, the Arklatex, into portions of northeast Texas this evening. Or I should say this evening, in probably 4 to 6 hours. And then pretty much from 4 a.m. onward into Sunday morning through probably 10 a.m. Yeah, in a minute, I'm going to have to go check and make sure I didn't just lose a tree. For those of you wondering exactly where I am located just north of this radar site, TOKC, here in southern Oklahoma City. It's the outflow boundary that just hit with 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. So, real quick, I am going to go check and make sure I didn't just have a tree go down the backyard and give this dog something to help her chill. So I will be right back. I'll leave the camera on, though, so just in case the power goes out and I trip and die on the way back here, y'all can at least laugh at me a little bit. But, all right. BRB. Hey, I'll give credit. There are dozens of just transformer explosions lighting up the sky outside right now. It's pretty impressive. And not in a good way. Somehow we have power here. All right, so let's get back to it. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David Reimer. We've got a tornado warning down here in portions of Mills and Lampasas counties. It's going to be for a thunderstorm that is now southeast of Goldwaith and fortunately showing signs of weakening pretty quickly now, so we may be able to get rid of this tornado warning soon. This storm is, or was, capable of producing damage and straight line winds, the potential for a tornado. Still a bit of a circulation on Highway 183 now a couple miles southeast of Goldwaith, but we're starting to see this storm weaken quickly. The hail core is collapsing. The thunderstorm tops have gone down from 66,000 feet to about 49,000 feet, which is still tall, mind you, but it's still a decrease. And this storm is moving to the east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So again, those of you southeast of Goldwaith, you're going to want to stay in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Tornado warning continues until 11:45 for Lometa up 183 through Scalorn, Castor, and Goldwaith. If you're in Goldwaith, you're clear from this. If you're southeast of town, I'd stay in shelter for another few minutes. Even though the storm is weakening, I still wouldn't rule out that thing from trying to put down a quick spin-up tornado as it winds down. But hopefully, we'll be able to get rid of this tornado warning soon. Apparently, a couple storms are going up in the Panhandle. Where? I don't see any. So it might just be Wellington they're talking about. Yeah. All right, otherwise, here in North Texas, we don't really have anything going on that is noteworthy. We've got a couple showers from portions of Erath County up through Hood County, Somerville County. Those are doing not a thing, maybe occasional clouds of ground lightning. And then we've got these storms in southeastern Oklahoma. Also, I mean, they're severe in southeast Oklahoma, quite a bit of damaging wind, but they're north of the Red River. We have rain south of the Red River, maybe some ground lightning, but nothing severe. What it does sound like is this supercell near Goldwaith was dropping softball-sized hail north of town. Like I said, we're probably not going to hear about anything until after the fact if there's damage. Well, apparently there's softball-sized hail a good 20 to 30 minutes ago back when this was near Mullen. So, angry storm. But it's weakening pretty quickly now, and if that trend continues, we may be able to get rid of this tornado warning sooner rather than later. So, now that we have a little bit of time and the power grid hasn't been totally decimated around me, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for this evening into Sunday morning, see if we can't give some timing information. All right, here we go. So what we're going to do first is we're going to load the model data. And we're going to see what it shows for 11 o'clock, just so we have a good guess. So you can see, it doesn't have this stuff down here. It's too slow with the activity across Oklahoma. But nevertheless, here we go. You can see round 1 moves out of southeast Oklahoma and the Arklatex by 1 to 2 a.m. We see new storms fire up in central and southeastern Oklahoma, 3 to 4 a.m., and then those get rampagey and move southeast into the Arklatex in northeast Texas between 6 and 8 a.m. We might be at the tail end, the potential for some hail, damaging winds, and then otherwise, most of it may be to our east. So again, if you're in the Metroplex, North Texas, unless something changes, this is a non-event for y'all, which is nice after a week of overperforming events in North Texas. And then for Northeast Texas, East Texas, well, we'll see. This first round, again, is staying mostly north of the Red River, minus some rain. We're about to lose the severe weather issue down here in Central Texas, I think, as this storm quickly weakens. The tornado warning has been canceled. So again, no more tornado warning for Lampasas or Mills County with this thunderstorm. The tornado warning has been canceled. We got this line of storms, western Oklahoma, up to central Oklahoma. You can see, in fact, we're starting to see another Boeing segment develop in southwest Oklahoma. If that continues, that may actually push southeast into portions of Texoma further west than I was just saying. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. And then we got the storms in central Oklahoma with damaging winds, some hail, all the way up into southern Kansas, where we have hail, damaging winds, even spin up tornadoes around the Wichita metro. That must be an enjoyable prospect. But again, for now, we are about to be down to no severe weather warnings in the state of Texas outside of this storm near Mills, or southeast of Goldwaith, which is quickly weakening. So again, tornado warning has been canceled. I am pretty confident this storm around Goldwaith is going to be gone by midnight. It's quickly weakening now, and it's probably being smushed by the cap. These showers here in southern North Texas not doing much. And then we're just monitoring these storms north of the Red River across Oklahoma, just waiting for our turn for them to move across the river and into portions of Texoma and North Texas. So now that we are down to no tornado warnings and have some time for a break, we're going to do what I tried to do an hour ago, and that is we're going to take a bit of a break where we're going to have some music playing. You're just not going to hear me talking. We'll keep the radar loop going. In fact, I'll keep it for both Oklahoma and North Texas, and we're going to plan on having our next severe weather update here at midnight, but the video stream's not going away. It'll keep playing, and we'll have some nice music going. And just like earlier, if we end up having some sort of problem, we will be back before midnight. So let's try this again, shall we? All right, good evening. It is coming up towards midnight. Apparently, my head is frozen. That's always an enjoyable prospect. Let's try that again. All right, it is coming up to midnight now. Saturday night / Sunday morning. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-chief David Reimer, monitoring a couple of storms still ongoing this evening across Texas, monitoring a whole lot of storms ongoing across Oklahoma. Tulsa's about to get 90 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds. Storm that we were previously dealing with about an hour ago across portions of Mills and Lampasas County, as expected, is in the process of shriveling up and evaporating as the cap comes on in and squishes it into oblivion. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for some of our northeast Texas counties. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Lamar, Red River, and Bowie counties in northeast Texas. This is going to be for the complex of thunderstorms across southeast Oklahoma. We'll switch over to the how hard it's raining mode. And these storms have started to trend a bit south of the Red River to a point to where we could see some quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour in places like Arthur City down Highway 271 to Powderly, to Sumner, to the city of Paris, Reno, east to Blossom, down towards DePort and Bogota over the next 20 to 30 minutes. And again, we don't really have a good radar look from the Shreveport office. That's where the closest radar is, Shreveport. And again, these storms are generally moving off to the east at about 50 miles an hour. And again, we're unfortunately just don't have a great view. We're looking at 15,000 feet above the surface is the closest we can get up here in Lamar County. So these storms capable of producing, again, 60 mile an hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, and heavy rainfall. Storms will be moving into portions of Red River and Bowie counties, pretty much around 82 east-southeast towards Bogota, Clarksville, DeKalb, Avery, eventually New Boston, Maud, Tulare, and Texarkana. Again, there could be some strong winds with this, enough to knock down some trees, cause some power outages, and some quarter-size hail. Otherwise, we really don't have anything else going on in the state of Texas right now. No other severe storms. North Texas is quiet. Got a pretty good cluster of storms ongoing across portions of western and central Oklahoma very early this morning. We'll load the loop back up and show you all that. And again, these storms, cluster number 1, northeast Oklahoma, about to bring hurricane force winds to Tulsa. That's going to knock power out for a few 100,000 people. And then that's extending south to Interstate 40 near Shawnee, Oklahoma. Back west, a second cluster of storms, kind of the tail end stuff, all the way back from near Chickasha to Carnegie to Hobart. And that'll be generally moving southeast towards Lawn, Altus, and Snyder over the next couple hours. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model real quick. I just want to see how it's doing. And I'm going to load it up for midnight. But again, it's not doing great. It's not doing great at all. So I'm not going to use that. Let me see if this does any better. That was 11 o'clock. That's midnight, honestly. It just doesn't have this stuff down southwest. Let me look at this model. This is the NAM. Oh, it wins nothing. Okay, so again, back to what we're dealing with right now. These storms across southern Oklahoma, again, cluster number 1 in southeast Oklahoma, starting to translate into portions of Lamar, Red River, and Bowie counties in northeast Texas, could have winds of 55 to 65 miles an hour, especially along Highway 271, north of Paris, all the way up to Powderly and Arthur City. And again, highest chance for quarter-size hail, pretty much Powderly, Arthur City up to Hugo into southeastern Oklahoma. These storms could continue riding 82 east towards Detroit, Clarksville, Anona, Avery, DeKalb. If they don't start turning more southeast, they're not going to get much farther south than they are now. Could maybe get to Texarkana. Otherwise, we're going to need to watch this main line firing back in Oklahoma. And at some point tonight, it may be, hours from now, we're probably going to see those try to make it south of the Red River and parts of Texoma, northeast Texas, into the Arklatex. So as that occurs, we could see another chance for some hail, gusty winds. But at this point, honestly, not really all that concerned about North Texas, the Metroplex, South and West. It's quiet. It's probably going to stay quiet. I think our highest issues for tonight, probably, and this may even be a little too far southwest, going to be north of this line, this area, as we head into the next 6 to 8 hours. Otherwise, it should be mostly quiet for the rest of the night here across north central Texas, unless something dumb happens, which is always possible with Mother Nature. But as you can see, storms south of pretty much southwest of a Sherman to Tyler line, back into the hill country, central Texas, north Texas. They're done. They're dying. Just a couple showers left. So that's probably going to be the name of the game. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and terminate our live continuous severe weather coverage for now. We'll be keeping an eye out and posting occasional updates this morning, and if needed, we will continue severe weather coverage later this morning. But it looks like for now we're going to be able to take a break, grab some coffee, maybe take a nap, but we'll be keeping an eye on things. If we need to come back, we will. So thank you to all those who've been joining us over the last 6 hours. We appreciate it. You can keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It has interactive weather radar, live storm chasing video when we're out chasing, plus the forecast and the down to the neighborhood forecast as well. So again, you can keep an eye on the storms there, along with our latest weather updates. Otherwise, feel free to join us over on the Discord channel, and we'll be talking to y'all again probably a bit later this morning. Y'all have a great rest of your night. God bless.